Are we ready? Are we ready on the call and everything?
Yes.
You know. We will convene the May 20th meeting of the Montana Board of Housing. Bruce, you have an announcement?
Yeah, so welcome everyone. The restrooms are just out the door to the left, so feel free to, come and go as you need for those things. Please sign our attendance sheet. Is that at the door, or anyways, if someone grab the attendance sheet, make sure that gets filled out. We are doing a webinar, so all lines are muted. If you want to talk, to unmute, press *2, and then to mute yourself again, press *2 again. So public comment and questions will be accepted in typing into the webinar, as well as by unmuting your phone and talking. And if you're on the conference call only, please send your name, title, company, and contact information to ploving@mt.gov. Public comments, if you're going to make public comments, you need to use a microphone for all public comments, votes, and everything. Please state your name and the organization you're with. And then I jumped ahead. So when you do make your votes and things, please use your microphones too, so that is recorded and can be part of the public record. And then I will do a little bit of a summary of the letter of intent process when we get to it, so you can look forward to that too.
Thank you, Bruce. A couple other quick things. So we will break for lunch at 11:15. I know that doesn't give us a whole lot of time, but that's just an appropriate time for lunch. There'll be snacks outside in the hallway starting at 1 o'clock, just so you're aware that if you get a little low on sugar, there's probably be some cookies and stuff out there. So we'd like to move ahead first to agenda items, and that first would be introductions, and we'll start with the board members. Eric, if you'd start, please.
My name's Eric Schindler. I'm a board member from Helena.
Sheila Rice, board member from Great Falls.
Bob Gochi, surviving board member from Renetta.
Greg Gould, legal counsel from Helena.
Pat Melby, board member from Helena.
Bruce Brenstall, executive director for the board.
Amber Parrish, board member Billings.
Jeanette McKee, board member Hamilton.
Okay, if we could have the members of the audience introduce themselves, please. Using the mic.
I'm Tracy Minuay with HRDC.
Terry Cunningham, representing the Bozeman City Commission.
Tyson O'Connell with Wishcamper Development Partners out of Missoula.
Paula Loving, Montana Board of Housing. Vicki Bauer, Montana Board of Housing.
Mary Palkovich, Montana Board of Housing.
Ryan Hackett, Syringa Housing Corporation.
Diane Hunt, Syringa Housing Corporation.
Heather McMillan, Homeward. Good morning, Andrea Davis, Homeward.
Mark Peterson, Hill County Commissioner.
Karia French, District 4 HRDC.
Andrew Shinania, AC Solutions.
Tyler Kearns, Housing Solutions.
Alex Burkhalter, Housing Solutions. Blake Jumper with the Housing Company.
Gene Lure, GL Development.
June Beartest with the American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation.
Mary Bear, Montana Board of Housing.
Diana Culver, Montana Housing. Stacey Highway State in Hamilton.
Bob Robinson with HRC in Missoula, Superior, Mineral County, and Valley County.
Jim Morton with Human Resource Council in Missoula Valley and Mineral County.
Cheryl Lachlan, Commissioner with City of Helena.
Larry Phillips, NeighborWorks Montana.
Kelly Guerrilla, Montana Board of Housing.
Cheryl Cohen, Montana Housing.
Bob O'Leary, Universal Lending.
Ravonda Stordahl, Public Housing Authority of Butte.
Leslie Torgerson, Montana Housing. Melanie Lee and Piper Jaffrey were, an underwriter for municipal bonds.
Thank you. Would those folks on the webinar please introduce themselves, and to remind you to hit *2 to unmute your phone.
This is Liz, oh, go ahead.
Hi, this is Lori Davidson in Missoula.
This is Liz Mogstead with Rocky Mountain Development Council in Helena.
Jennifer Wheeler at Glacier Bank in Kalispell. This is Robin Fleming with Lewistown Community Development Corporation.
Dwayne Ferdinand, Lewistown Community Development Corporation in Lewistown.
Thank you. The board always provides an opportunity at the beginning of the meeting for anyone to make public comments regarding any item that's not on the agenda but within the board's jurisdiction. So if anybody has anything they'd like to address the board about, now's the time. Right there.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Andrea Davis with Homeward, and I wanted to take this opportunity to update the board members of the Board of Housing on progress that has been made in Missoula regarding policy work, and very pertinent, I think, for not only everybody in this room, but certainly this governing body. The city of Missoula has undertaken putting together a robust housing policy over the last 2 years, and Homeward, myself personally, has been part of the steering committee, and then Heather and I are both on technical working groups, assisting the city and a number of other citizens put together a very robust housing plan and set of strategies. I wanted to mention that not only is the city of Missoula, they introduced that comprehensive housing policy last week to the city council, and we anticipate a public hearing at the end of June. Part of that housing policy is coordination with the Montana Board of Housing's Qualified Allocation Plan and coordination with the resources that the Board of Housing has at your disposal. And so not only as a way to leverage more competitive 9% credits, but also being able to leverage the 4% tax-exempt bond program and ways to basically bring more resources into the state that we've been leaving on the table for a long time. In addition, the Missoula County has undergone a number of different policy initiatives that are lining up to be a lot more intentional, one of which is a growth policy update, a land use policy update, and then I just got an email this morning where they are conducting a zoning audit. A zoning audit is one of the things in the comprehensive city housing policy to address underutilized parcels of land where we can identify places that we can actually place more homes that are affordable. And again, being much more intentional around that. With that, I want to update you on a partnership project that has been underway for the last several months. After the project that Housing Solutions brought forward, identifying the old Skyview Trailer Park in Missoula, when that project did not get funded by the Board of Housing and the buy-sell was gated as a result, we were a market rate developer actually put an offer on the property and tied it up. We were contacted by a number of community-based organizations and neighborhood nonprofits and asked if there was any way that we could secure the property for a community benefit. So we did put an offer forward thinking we would be the backup offer, and it turns out that our offer was accepted. So we have that property currently under a buy-sell agreement as we work through feasibility and due diligence. But the exciting part of this, and as it relates to the housing policy, is something I really want to point out. For the last several years, we have been trying to identify how we can fund a supportive housing project in Missoula where we can help actually finance through the tax credit program, ideally, homes for people that are some of our more serial inebriate folks that need a place to live but are not going to be sober, right? So we have one of the larger homeless shelters in Montana, but they do not accept anybody that is apparently on alcohol or drugs. And so we need a project where we can utilize this model that's known called a supportive housing project. And so this piece of property that we have secured will actually be leveraged with another property. And I'm kind of letting the cat out of the bag a little early, because going back to policy and intention, the county of Missoula is looking to donate a parcel of land for the permanent supportive housing part of the project, including a day shelter and some additional tax credit homes. And then our Skyview property, we're going to basically put this all together in one large tax-exempt bond project. We'll be able to keep it out of the 9% pool, which is exciting. And we're able to leverage a lot of the community's desire to be able to do some of the work locally. So the city of Missoula is actually contemplating doing the bond themselves and then being able to access tax credits through the Board of Housing. So there'll be much more detail to come at your June meeting, but this is something that is happening pretty quickly, and the county will be issuing a press release next week. So we just wanted to be the first ones to describe to you this pretty exciting opportunity. About 200 more homes, and we will range anywhere from 0% area median income all the way up to 60%, if not 80%. Ideally, should income averaging be applicable to us at that time. I'm available for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrea. An excellent place to follow the development and implementation of Missoula's housing policy is the Missoula Current online. Are there any other, oh, here we go, thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name is Terry Cunningham. I'm one of the 5 Bozeman City Commissioners, and wanted to give you an update that we are, as a city, going through and doing a comprehensive affordable housing action plan that is funded by CDBG grant. It's funded by private philanthropy. It's funded by the city's workforce housing fund. We have developed a needs assessment, a 145-page document available on bozeman.net, and we're just now transitioning, and we'll start this week, work on the action plan with a group of 20 community stakeholders, and we are excited about the possibilities that provides. I will be speaking about one particular project today in public testimony, the Boulevards. I have to go prepare for a commission meeting tonight, so I will not be able to comment on the second one, which is Summit Housing's Timber Ridge project. We believe that this is a worthy project. It is directly adjacent to a current tax credit project, Stone Ridge. It is a place where community services are available. It targets a critical need in Bozeman, which is senior housing, and we hope that you will support that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Cunningham. Are there any other comments from any member of the public regarding items within our jurisdiction but that are not on the agenda? Yes, Andrea.
Man, I have so much on my mind. Andrea Davis with Homeward. I failed to mention a really critical component to the project I was just talking about. And another element to the housing policy that's been identified is ways to leverage partnerships with not only nonprofit to nonprofit, but nonprofit and for-profit peers and colleagues. And something that is just very significant and wonderful about the proposed project I mentioned is that it's a partnership between Blue Line Development, whom of course you're familiar with and has done a number of successful projects in Montana, as well as the Missoula Housing Authority. And the Missoula Housing Authority, importantly, will be able to actually bring some project-based Section 8 vouchers to help subsidize those supportive housing units that I was mentioning. And so it's a really critical partnership, and it's a very successful triad. And I failed to mention that earlier, so thank you for allowing me to come up and augment my comments.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, Bob.
Andrea, I'm delighted to hear about your supportive housing
a project. I started in affordable housing in 1983 and learned the proper way to do it was a HUD model. That was my teacher. And, as we've evolved, we're finding out that there's an awful lot of need for people in supportive housing, that they have better outcomes if they're done properly. And it's relatively new. I'm just learning about it in Indian country especially. But I think we're going to hear an awful lot more. And I think we really have an opportunity to impact people as collectively as we move towards more understanding of families in crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. Any other member of the public or board want to make some comments on any issue that's not on the agenda but within our jurisdiction? If not, then we'll move on to approval of the minutes of the April 5, 2019 meeting. Everybody had a chance to look at those? Any board discussion or questions regarding the April 5 meeting minutes? Any member of the public have any comments or questions regarding those minutes? Chair would entertain a motion and a second to approve those minutes.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any board discussion or questions? Hearing none, all those in favor of approving the April 5, 2019 meeting minutes, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Okay, Vicki, we're moving into the home ownership program. You're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first item on the agenda for homeownership program today is the review of the purchase price limits and the approval of the income limits for our program. This was an additional packet that I put on each of your places. It's stapled together. There's 4 pages. So on March 20th, 2019, the IRS released the Revenue Procedure 2019-14, which contained the safe harbor numbers to be used in establishing the average area purchase prices that could be used with regard to the mortgages financed by the tax-exempt bonds. The purchase price limits of our program are determined by multiplying the safe harbor limit by 0.9 for non-targeted areas and 1.1 in targeted areas, and the new purchase price limits are attached as the second page for your review. Those purchase price limits were put out to the lenders and put to use in our programs in April. The board's administrative rule requires that each June or at other times as necessary, the board is to review, establish, and revise income limits for lower income persons and families in need of housing assistance under the board programs. Earlier this month, the IRS released Revenue Procedure 2019-21, which confirmed the use of the income numbers released by HUD in April. To determine the income limits for our program, the board has the option of using either the 2018 or 2019 median income numbers, and has the option of applying the new high cost area adjustment. Staff has reviewed the calculations and determined that by using the 2019 numbers, it allows us to set income limits a bit higher and thereby assisting more borrowers. So our proposal today is the board has the option of setting the income limits at the safe harbor limits or below. Staff requests that the board approve the attached income limits based on the 2019 HUD median income numbers. And that page is, the third page in the packet is what the income numbers would be at. It's the gray column, the new HUD 2019 income numbers.
Thank you, Vicki. Are there any comments or questions from members of the public regarding the request to implement the new limits? Are there comments or questions from members of the board regarding this proposal?
Mr. Chair, this is Johnny McCluskey. Vicky, in Gallatin, where it says Gallatin County, it says census tracts 6 and 11. Are those low or moderate, middle income? Why were those pulled out specifically?
So that's an IRS delegation. The IRS will go through and pick certain census tracts within counties where they determine there's a need for higher purchase price limits and income limits, and those areas are around the college area in Bozeman.
Does that answer your question, Johnny?
Yes, sir.
Are there any other comments or questions from members of the board? Chair would entertain a motion and a second to approve these proposed limits.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion or questions from members of the board? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, same sign. Hearing no opposition, the motion is approved. Vicky, down payment assistance.
Yes, thank you. Currently, the Board of Housing has 2 down payment assistance programs. The first is a 15-year amortizing loan with the interest rate determined by the borrower's credit score. And the second program is a 0% deferred program that's due at the time of payoff or sale of the property. Both programs have a $6,500 loan limit and require a $1,000 borrower contribution, as well as a 620 minimum credit score. In 2018, we provided assistance to 38% of our borrowers. The sheet directly behind the agenda item gives you a little bit more detail about the down payment assistance programs that we currently have. Many states provide down payment assistance to 90+% of the borrowers that use their programs, and in those states, the DPA tends to drive the production of their programs. We've been working with CSG advisors, our financial team, and the rating agencies to determine a more sustainable source of funds for our down payment assistance and to make our programs less dependent on interest rate. With the 2019 B issue, we intend to issue those bonds out of Single Family 1. In the Single Family 1 indenture, we are able to fund non-insured loans, and a portion of the bond proceeds could be used to purchase our down payment assistance loans. In looking at that option, we'll need to restructure the down payment assistance programs that we have to make the amortizing down payment assistance program more attractive. And then we'll look at increasing the loan amount, and we're looking at the possibility of restricting the deferred program to limit that activity. As we continue to fund the 0% loans, we have to do that out of our special reserve funds. The 0% loans aren't given any credit by rating agencies, where an amortizing down payment assistance loan is. We can get 60% credit on the DPA, the amortizing DPA loans. And so with that, we have to continue to fund the deferred loans out of special reserve, and that's a non-sustainable source. We just don't have a large amount of those funds available. So we may look at eventually phasing out that deferred program and only having an amortizing program. So with that, staff requests the board's approval to work through the operational details of restructuring DPA programs and to work with our financial advisors, bond counsel, and finance team to determine a funding source, such as bond proceeds from future issues that will ensure a more sustainable down payment assistance program without adversely affecting the ratings of our bonds.
Thank you, Vicki. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board regarding this proposal?
Mr. Chair. So Vicki, I think we all got religion on when we went to the training a month or so ago on the issues around the deferred DPA. I'm wondering if one of the things you could look at would be a lower interest amortizing. So and my question is, you may not know this, but the question is whether or not the rating agencies would give you credit for a lower interest amortizing DPA, which could help get the person to home ownership, and not as attractive as deferred, but still attractive.
Okay. We can sure bring that up and make that part of the conversation.
Other comments or questions? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just wondering if the board really needs to take any action on this. We're not asking for a change in policy at this point. You just want to go investigate this and come up with a method and come back to the board. Is that correct?
What we've done in the past with our down payment assistance is we've requested approval of having a down payment assistance program, and the terms of that down payment assistance program were set by staff. And so it would be to work with the financial advisors, come up with a down payment assistance and be able to put it in place without necessarily having all of the terms of that down payment assistance approved by the board. And that way they can be changed as we needed to change them. So we would be funding the down payment assistance through a bond issue as opposed to funding it through special reserve.
To follow up on Eric's question, then if we approve this motion, you would be authorized to implement the new down payment assistance program on your own without bringing it back to the board?
Yes.
Are there other comments or questions from members of the board?
Mr. Chair, Vicki, looking at page 2, it looks like Score Advantage is used a little bit more than the MBOH Plus, which is the deferred 0%. But is your feeling from talking to lenders that without that 0%, our production could drop by half of what it is? I'm sorry, 38% of our borrowers use the assistance, so let's just cut it in half and say that 19% used one and 19% used the other. So would we be anticipating that kind of reduction in loans purchased if we did not have the 0% deferred?
So my feel is that the lenders would utilize a down payment assistance program, whether it was amortizing or deferred. These numbers are a little bit, they skew it a little. I mean, they look, because the Score Advantage program has been out there longer, it looks like it's utilized more, but really over the last year, the 0% program, which just started in 2017, was more heavily utilized. So they do like having a deferred option for their borrowers. You don't have a second payment, which is better for the DTI and for qualification. The problem we run into is that it's just not sustainable, and the rating agencies don't give those loans any credit if we fund them within the bond structure. And so the amortizing is better for us as an agency.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
So I was just going to ask Vicki, did we want to see what the board's thoughts were on the credit and then also the $1,000?
I did, excuse me, and the reason I hadn't asked the question yet was just because I didn't necessarily want it to be part of the approval, but I am interested in gathering the board's feedback about a few of the parameters as we would look to restructure that program. And I can, like Bruce said, I can ask that now as part of the discussion. We currently have a 620 minimum credit score, and we require $1,000 down payment or borrower contribution. The 620 credit score is set. We don't have a credit score over the entire board program. If they fall below a certain level, which is 680, they have to do home buyer education, but we will take lower credit scores if the insurer of the loan allows for a lower credit score. On the DPA programs, we have a minimum credit score of 620, and that's because for a portion of that lent proceeds or lent money, we are at risk because there's no insurance on the DPA portion. So, some of the conversation that we've had with the financial advisors is, why do you have additional credit requirements over, your down payment assistance if you want more borrowers to use your down payment assistance? And so, we wanted to get the board's feedback on like the minimum credit score and then the borrower contribution. To me, it feels as though if a borrower has to come in with some money, they have some skin in the game, and it's been good sound lending practice. As I even talk to the lenders, I hear that feedback. But, internally, does it really make that much difference? And so we were just looking for the board's feedback on specifically those two items.
Eric?
Just a question of what other states are doing, where they have 90%. What do their requirements look like? Our financial advisors provided that to us.
Some feedback and some's been gathered just by discussing parameters with those states. A number of the other states do have a minimum credit score over their entire program, not just associated with their down payment assistance. A few of them have a credit score with their down payment assistance. And the borrower contribution, you don't see a lot of borrower contribution requirements any longer, other than what's required by the insurer of the loan.
Are there other comments, questions from members of the board?
Vicki, this is Johnny. What's the methodology behind the 620 score?
The 620 that's what Fannie Mae has. It's just, it's been kind of a base, as other states have had a credit score limit. 620 is usually where it starts.
Would you see, what would be the disadvantage or the risk to us if you were to lower that score?
That's a good question, and I don't have an answer. We do have some loans in our portfolio, and there's not a lot of them that have a lower than 620 credit score, because I know I believe FHA will go down to like 580 with compensating factors in the underwriting. We don't see a lot of those, but we do have some that drop below that 620.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
Members of the board, everyone, I'm Bob O'Leary with Universal Lending. We utilize a lot of MBOH programs. I work in our wholesale division. I work with banks and credit unions around the state. And with this program, I would just like to comment or ask Vicki in your consideration of this, the 0% program. We utilize probably more than the Score Advantage, or at least try to, but there is a DTI limit, debt to income limit on that program. But the one thing with the Score Advantage that I see is that with the interest rate for both the first and the second being based on credit score, that there's sometimes we just can't qualify the borrower because that interest rate. So if there was a way that the interest rate could be set on the first and variable for the credit score on the second might be helpful if you're considering doing away with the deferred. They're both great programs, but that's a struggle we have. So that obviously no payment on that 0% deferred is easier for the borrower. Having that payment on the second then gets our DTI in effect in both qualifying on first and second. So I just ask you to consider that.
Thank you, Bob. With consideration to Bob's question, because we had set up the Score Advantage program to try to actually limit the use of it, because we were using special reserve funds, which aren't a sustainable source. And that was our first try at down payment assistance. Being able to fund those loans through bond proceeds, we actually would take away the difference in the interest rate that goes up according to the borrower's credit score, and the interest rates on that, we would just have one interest rate on the first that would be 0.25% above our regular rate, and then on the second, we'll have to talk about it, but it'll either be the same rate or possibly below if it works within the structure of financing for that second loan.
Are there other comments or questions from members of the public? Vicki, what's the advantage to us of approving this motion today, which I find a bit amorphous, but as opposed to you developing a down payment assistance plan and bringing it to the board for review and approval?
It really is just changing the funding structure from the special reserve funds that we currently use for down payment assistance, moving it into the bond structure and paying for it with bond proceeds.
But you could bring a proposal to us to do that, couldn't you?
We can.
Yeah, we can do that. We just, in the past, I think we've asked for the authority to set it up, you know, and put the details into it at a staff level, just so we can be a little bit more flexible. You know, if there might be, we needed to change something to make it work better, you know, then we weren't continually coming back for, you know, little tweaky kind of things. But if you guys want to see that and you want to look at it before we move forward, that's absolutely something we can do.
Well, I think we could do that and build in the flexibility going forward after we approved it for you to adjust it as needed.
Okay.
Board, if that's your pleasure, shall we proceed that way?
Yeah.
Thank you, Vicki. Then we'll move on to I think you have a consensus from the board to proceed with what you want to do, and then bring back a proposal to us with some flexibility.
Very good.
So we'll move on to the next item, which is a new lender.
Sure. Cherry Creek Mortgage began in early 1987 as a 3-person office and has grown to more than 800 employees who serve the needs of thousands of borrowers annually. Now you can find 80 Cherry Creek Mortgage offices in 14 states. Their Montana lending location is in Billings, where they have Amber Hoferber and Sandy Wong, who have experience with board programs. They're also opening an office here in Helena. Cherry Creek Mortgage is interested in participating in the board's mortgage loan and MCC programs. They are approved to underwrite FHA, RD, and VA loans and are licensed seller servicer for Fannie and Freddie Mac. They will be selling their servicing of our loans to Montana Board of Housing. All the required errors and omissions and Fidelity bond insurance coverage requirements have been met, and per their December 31st, 2018 audited financial, they had an equity asset ratio that meets the criteria of the 6% for Montana participating lenders. Staff requests the board to approve Cherry Creek Mortgage Company Incorporated as a participating lender of Montana Board of Housing. And I didn't hear her sign on, but Sandy Wong was going to try to be available in case the board had any questions. Sandy, did you make it on?
I'm not sure you can hear me, but I am on the call.
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you.
Joe, did you want to make some comments regarding your application?
Well, Amber and I both have originated loans for more than 30 years and have participated in a number of loan programs for borrowers through the Montana Board of Housing. And so we're really excited to hopefully be able to offer the products again to our clients.
Thank you, Sandy. Are there any board comments or questions? Are there any comments or questions from members of the public regarding Cherry Creek's application? Hearing none, what's your pleasure, board?
I move to approve. This is Johnny.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and approved to approve Cherry Creek's lender application. Is there any further discussion from members of the board? Hearing none, all those in favor of the application signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carries.
And then the last item from the homeownership program is the homeownership program dashboard. As you can see in the regular program, 2019A, at the end of April, we had $6.3 million left in that issue. When I checked this morning, we had $3.6 million left. So we're starting to work on the 2019B issue. And as you can also see, we've started to get the reservations in on the Montana Street project and the Lee Gordon Place project, both in Missoula, where we established a set aside at 3.5%. Those are community land trust properties, and that lending has gone very well. We've put out terms and conditions for it. The community land trust lending is a little bit different than regular lending, and it's been a learning process for us all, but it's going very well. The Veterans Home Loan Program, although we didn't get any reservations for that in April, we have continued to have a little bit of money come back into that program revolving, and we do get reservations. And just as a reminder to the board, the legislature approved another $10 million allocation to that program that'll go into effect July 1st. And then the rest of the dashboard, you can see the changes in the portfolio from month to month and in current year to date. The delinquency and foreclosure stats are there, as well as loan purchases by lender and the overall portfolio of mortgage insurers. So if there's any questions, I'm available to answer.
Thank you, Vicki. Are there comments or questions from members of the board regarding the homeownership program update?
Mr. Chair, Vicki, so I'm looking at the total set-aside pool, and the shaded area is the breakdown of that. Am I reading this right, that we allocated $17.5 million, and we have used about $15.5 million of that?
That is correct. And then at the last board meeting, the request was made and approved to move away from that allocation, and I should have updated the dashboard for that request so that we never run out of funds with that. What we'll do is we'll move that into the regular bond program and have a portion of the bond issuances allocated to lower interest rate loans as we need to, so that we don't run out of the funds available for those set-asides.
And then under total number, is that column an annual number, or it's a historic number? It's all the loans that have been made out of that?
It's since that 17.5 was established, and that was 2 years ago. Since you did ask, though, Sheila, with that total number, would it be useful to have a year-to-date for possibly in that field going forward? Okay.
Thank you, Vicki. I think a year-to-date figure would be appreciated. Are there other comments or questions from the board regarding the homeownership program? Are there comments or questions from members of the public regarding the board's homeownership program? Heather.
Yes, Heather McMillan with Homeward. I just thought I'd jump up here and say, again, thank you. I know you guys get to see the stats and the percentages and the set-asides, but I should point out, and I think Vicki knows, we sold the first small home on Friday, and I have some pretty detailed-oriented project managers, and they are, get the job done, always busting the contractor and trying to make sure the projects get implemented. But when we closed on Friday and Alice hugged Ashley and also said, thank you. I've never seen one of my project managers cry. So I was just going to say there was real impacts, and Alice is amazing, and we have 4 other homeowners in the queue that are all different stories but kind of along the same line. So between small homes and Lee Gordon, there are a lot of people's lives really being affected in a positive way. So thank you for working through the difficult equation. Every step of the way on this project was breaking trail. So we appreciate you guys working with us.
Thank you for your comments, Heather. Are there other comments or questions from members of the public regarding homeownership? Okay, hearing none, we'll move on to Mary Pelkovich and mortgage servicing.
Good morning, members of the board. Okay, with the dashboard for servicing, basically I just have some updates for total number of loans and the activity. We have been averaging about 5,100 loans the last few months, and we have about $488 million in principal, $7 million in escrow, and about $587,000 in lost draft. And then also with our delinquencies, we have been pretty much plateauing on the loans that are over 60 days past due. And then also for foreclosure sales, we've just had one in April. And then if you can see the total calendar year, we've had 4, and last year we had 12. So we've actually cut that into third, which is very good. Delinquent contacts to make, those are usually the loans that are between 17 to 20 days past due, and of course over 60 as well, 90, 120. And that went up from last month. Sometimes depending on the day you run the report, you'll have a few more. And so late fees, 703 with the income of about $20,000. And then for late fees and payoffs, 41, new loans, 28. We had a few more payoffs than we had coming in. As far as our loss mitigation, we are seeing a little bit of an increase in the financial packets. Delinquency rates, just recently in an article with the MBA report, Mortgage Bankers Association, had said they rose from an 18-year low, although it's still very low, national average of about 4.5, and Board of Housing's average is about 2.5, so we're still quite a bit lower. Then also fee repayment plans. Last year about this time we were at about 23, so we're staying pretty even on those. HAMS partial claims, we had quite a few more last year, so those have been going down. And then preservation properties, we have 14. And Chapter 13 bankruptcies, we had exactly 22 last year. These just don't want to go away, so we still have 22 this year. As far as our TRS 2 reporting score, we just got the second quarter in this morning, and we went up 10 points. So we did actually go down a grade B last quarter because of redefaults. However, they've increased this quarter, and now we're at a total of a 96.26%. So we are still at an A rating. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Mary. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board?
So Mayor, on the sales that we've had, the 4 sales this year, are we seeing a little stronger market and coming out with a better situation?
Yes, we are. We still are seeing third-party sales, and we've had a couple of short sales, which was pretty surprising. But for the most part, yeah. You're welcome.
Are there other comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions? Mary?
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Are there any comments or questions from members of the public regarding our mortgage servicing program? Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
We can move on to multifamily program, and while Mary Bear is coming up here, Bruce can kind of walk us through the process.
So I just want to kind of walk through how we're going to handle this as I do every year, so folks can know what to expect as we go through this. So the first thing we're going to do is offer any member of the public a chance to comment, make public comment on any project that will be considered today. We do this in case you have to take off early. You have an opportunity to do your public comment. We'll then have Mary kind of do a walkthrough of kind of the overall comparable and demographic and statistical data and historical data. So the board can consider that. And then we'll go through a process where each project will get up. And I've got a little bit of some stuff to read into the record here, but it'll explain some things too. Applicant presentations will be limited to 10 minutes or less, and that is a very strict timeline. You will get buzzed down if you go over that, so don't do that. It's a very harsh thing, and it's very embarrassing if you do. So the MBOH board may ask questions of applicants and discuss proposed projects for purposes of assisting the board in determining which projects it will include or invite to submit application and assisting applicants in presenting better applications. But such questions, answers, and discussions shall not be binding upon MBOH in any later award determination or other MBOH process. Applicant presentations will include any comments from any party on the development team, videos and presentation materials. Public comment will include in-person comments, live conference call comments, and written comments. Comments are subject to reasonable limitations by the chair to minimize duplication, and reading of materials is discouraged. You'll, at that point, for every project, have also another time for public comment, so folks can comment at that point in time. The board will then have discussion and ask any questions. We'll also, at the end, have time for public comment on any project that was presented during the day, and then we'll have some discussion. We will then adjourn for the day and reconvene tomorrow morning at 8:30, where the board will take up all of the projects and make a determination of who they'll invite forward. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Any questions from any members of the public about how this process is going to work? Okay, as Bruce mentioned, if anybody needs to get on the road to get to Glendive or any place like that, now's a time where you can make a public comment on any project that's before us. Mary, you can move forward.
Okay. Excuse me, board members, Mr. Chair. So you have in your packet the economic and demographic data, the 10-year history, which gives you some information about when projects were awarded, what their schedule was, and what it ended up being, and those that's called developer past projects, comparing application schedule and actual completion, and that lists only the developers that are involved in this LOI round. You've got the 10-year history. Otherwise, there's some tables and stuff in there that show you where projects were put in the last 10 years. 9%, 4%, and 9% and 4% combined.
Mary, can I just interrupt on that?
Yeah.
I do think that perhaps the Bighorn and Fergus County numbers might be wrong on those particular bar graphs. It shows that I believe both Bighorn and Fergus on these both have so Bighorn has 4% projects and 9% projects, but then when you go to the 9 and 4, it says 15 for Bighorn. Same problem with Fergus County. So I just want to clarify the numbers on those two counties.
I'll have somebody look that stuff up on Bighorn and Fergus. Is that correct?
Yeah, and what I'm assuming is that
no, this is the number of units, not number of projects. Yeah, okay.
Sorry, that's what I meant. But yes, the numbers don't.
The numbers didn't change.
Don't calculate for.
Okay.
Can we pursue that just for a second?
Yes.
I just want to make sure I understand it. So on the chart that's 9%, it shows Bighorn at 15. Then on the chart that's 9 plus 4, it still shows Bighorn at 15, which means they got no 4% projects. The only difference between these two charts is that when you have a 4%, look at Cascade County, you can see that it's 288 on nines only, but 420 on fours and nines.
Right.
So I think it's right.
Well, no, because on the 4% it says it has 15, and on the 9% it says it has 15, and then when you get to the total, it says it has
Right.
15.
So some of them
My mistake,
got
looking at the wrong
combined.
charts. Got you.
Some of them got combined. So we will,
So,
have someone look into that, and we'll get you better numbers later today.
yeah, I think generally, there's no 4% projects in Bighorn,
No.
as well as Fergus.
That's what I was assuming was the issue, is
Right.
that there should be
But-
0 for both of those. I just want to clarify that.
We'll double check though and make sure you get the right ones.
Okay, where were we? You also have some of the stuff that was included in the, application, or the LOIs. And I think we can probably go to, the presentations if you want to start those now, or do you want to?
We may as well start now. We
Okay.
have 20 minutes or so before we said we were gonna have lunch.
Okay, so the first one, before we do that, as of this morning, with some input from other sources, Culver Place from Manhattan has been withdrawn. Culver Place in Manhattan has been withdrawn.
These are the folks from Lewistown. Is it appropriate to comment on one of the projects or letters of intent at this time?
So the first one we have is Hardin Senior Housing in Hardin. The developer is American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation. It's a senior project that is tax credit and also USDA 515, Rural Development 515. It is the acquisition and rehab of 24 apartments, currently called Rangeview Apartments, and 21 of those units are currently subsidized. And I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. I'll let you introduce June. If you want to go up there, please, and introduce yourself. If you can spell your last name so that they get it right for the record, please.
Good morning, everyone. I'm June Beartusk, and the last name is spelled Beartusk, and I'm the Vice President of the American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation. I'd like to introduce our project, and we're with the, moment here. Make sure I have that. Okay. The Hardin Senior Housing Project is located in Hardin, in a small town about 45 miles southeast of Billings and next to the Crow Reservation. It serves an area that covers most of Bighorn County. And I hope I do this right. Okay. Our application type is a nonprofit senior preservation, rural, and small project that, from the summary of projects presented this year, requests the fewest tax credits in total, as well as the total cost being the lowest paid by the housing tax credits. Additionally, we rank second lowest in credits per square foot and second in lowest total cost per unit. We service seniors and disabled, mostly of very low income. Our current average income is 25% of AMI. Our proposed rehab will improve the quality of life for the tenants and provide lower costs of operation. we propose to substantially renovate the property to extend its life, bring the property to current safety and handicap standards, and improve livability. The major improvement elements are solar, covered parking, air conditioning, insulation, heating system with a new boiler, Energy Star appliances, window replacement, and vinyl planking throughout. Community and regional support. We have made a presentation at the Chamber of Commerce at which the public was invited and received good comments and support for the project. We also made a presentation to the City Council where both the council and the public asked questions of the project, who it will serve, and rent restrictions. We have a letter of the city's support. We asked for a letter from the county after presenting an outline of what we intended to do, and the county has sent a letter for support for our application. We have had discussions with USDA, and the state office supports the project and offers 3 additional rental assistant units. That would give us 100% of rental assistance on the project. The Northern Cheyenne Ministerial Association has provided a letter of support to refer seniors and disabled persons, provide visitation to tenants for religious, psychological, and emotional needs. Also pass on information regarding community services both locally and regionally. Who are we? American Covenant Senior Housing Foundation Incorporated is a nonprofit managing member of this application. We are experienced in ownership and development of low-income housing tax credit projects, especially with USDA. We have completed 6 projects with USDA in the past, including Crestview Housing in Big Fork, a project similar in size to that of our Hardin project. Several other LIHTC projects we have worked with is in Nevada, Utah, and Indiana. We have a diverse board with experience in housing and finance, and the foundation began in 2003. Our conversations with USDA Rural Development have resulted in our understanding of what they would like to have for the area, the project improvements and standards. We feel that matches ours to the T. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Are there public comments and questions regarding the Hardin Senior Housing proposal? Are there questions from or comments from members of the board?
Bob, it's probably here somewhere. What was the year that this project was built originally?
I'm trying to recall that. I believe that was back in the 1980s, somewhere in there, 80s. I'll get that clarification for you, though, the exact date.
Are there other comments or questions? Sheila?
Mr. Chair, thank you for your presentation and your interest in Montana RD projects. They're particularly troublesome sometimes. Can you tell me what the occupancy rate has been on this project?
The occupancy rate has been very good. They've had very few vacancies, and actually there's oftentimes a waiting list.
And who owns this project currently?
The project is owned by, currently, who owns the project? Is that what you stated?
Yes.
Currently, the project is owned by Gerard. He has had the development since its inception, and we have taken care of several projects for him throughout a few states. And so we'll be rehabbing and bringing that up to standards and allowing the seniors to be able to benefit from the rehab and being able to have better quality of living.
So let me just understand that. It's owned by the developer who's a private party.
Yes, they're a private party. They are separate from us, and we're buying from them.
And you've had experience buying it from, buying RD projects from this same developer in other states?
Yes, we have, and we've been very successful.
So how was the $1.6 million purchase price determined? I believe that's what I read in the detail.
The $1.6 million is taking into consideration all of the rehab that needs to be taken care of, construction and such, and working with our architects, engineers, and such.
I just want to correct that I misspoke. The detail is the purchase price is $1.25 million.
Okay, yes.
And so did is another way to understand what you just said is that you backed into the purchase price based on the renovation needed? Or no, it was based on appraisal, or how did you get
We
to
do
that?
have an appraisal, and I do have that appraisal with me, and the market study.
And the appraisal supports this purchase price, correct?
Yes, it does. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sheila. Members of the board, any further comments or questions?
This is Johnny. What's the community need? What are the total number of units needed in the community?
Actually, because you are serving an area that serves both the Northern Cheyenne and the Crow, the need is great for senior housing, especially in Indian country. And Hardin just happens to have the senior center that's located there currently. But we do have great need. With both the Northern Cheyenne and the Crow tribes, our elderly population is quite high, and it's very difficult to find locations to place those. That's why our Northern Cheyenne Ministerial Association is so dedicated to serving them, because oftentimes they're making those trips from Lame Deer to Crow and over to Hardin and then on to Billings to help in counseling and such with those seniors. So the need is very great. We need more centers.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from members of the board?
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question, please? Right here.
Yeah.
I noticed we have so much stuff in front of us, to be frank, but I think I noticed that you had a start date on this project where you were to be awarded funds. It was not until January.
Mm-hmm.
That seems like, well, that seems like a while from now. Can you explain that start date?
Yes, because we're working with several of our partners as well as other funding sources. And so with that leveraging, we're bringing everything together, and that's why it will look more like in January when we are able to begin.
And have you discussed the length of time you think it might take for completion?
I would say that we will be able to complete the project within 2020.
Okay, within the year.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other comments or questions?
A comment. I'd just like to point out that on the bottom of the attachment that has the details of the dollars, et cetera, it does say market data. And new unit demand for 60% and below would be 26. This is a current project that's already full, it sounds like.
Yes, it is full. Mm-hmm.
Eric, you had a question?
So what's going to happen to the residents as you do the rehab?
The residences, they will actually be relocated to a motel in the area, and during that phase. And so therefore we are trying to ensure that we do not cause or hinder any of their progress and development, and knowing that they have quality place to live. So we will make sure that they have adequate housing in the interim while the rehab is taking place.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Thank you, Ms. Bertusk. Let's do one more before lunch. It'll be, Mary?
Okay, the next one is Nicole Court in Stevensville. HRC Cottages is the developer, 16 units, and it's a family property.
Good morning. My name is Jim Morton. We're going to do this a little bit low tech. Hopefully we can not be too challenged by the easels. Trust me, I was assembling yesterday to make sure, this went well, but we'll see. First of all, we were here last year, and at that time we talked about the award from the Des Moines Federal Home Loan Bank of $575,000 to this project, and that it probably would not be available after that. And so I have to stand before you and apologize for that, because after the decision last year, we talked to the Federal Home Loan Bank of Des Moines and explained to them we were not awarded tax credit and most likely would have to turn those dollars back. And they said, well, you could ask for an extension. And I was not aware of that. And so that troubles me, because I should have probably been aware of it and relayed that to you, but I was not. What they said, though, was that the project had to remain the same in terms of the number of units and the land. So in that discussion, they also mentioned that we would have to continue working with the populations that were targeted in their original offering. And the project that we had been bringing before you was a senior project. They also allow for disabled and for those who are victims of domestic violence and or fleeing sexual assault. So in that discussion, it occurred to me that we could redefine this project. We've had input from the board members, we've had input from the community, and as you'll recall, we've had the mayor, we've had city council people, we've had Main Street people come before you and testify to the need. In the last year or so, we've been working with supporters of abuse-free environment in terms of moving their residents of their transitional housing who are victims of domestic violence into units that are off their campus. And HRC and SAFE have been partnering, and it occurred to me that given the difficulty, we could redefine this project. So the Missoula Housing Authority agreed to continue its donation. The Federal Home Loan Bank money would still be available, and we redesigned the project, and we think it's a better project in many ways. You've seen this before, and Johnny, if you can't see that, we'll move it a little bit. And that's just to show you again the proximity of the different facilities that you've asked for over the years. Bob Robinson is our staff architect, and he'll be distributing a packet. One of the things that we've learned from SAFE and others is that the design of a project that's going to be working with domestic violence and those fleeing sexual assault has to take into consideration that trauma. And so what you will see in the design is that they have a front and back door. We're not going to put them in a situation where they feel trapped. I have a So I told you it's low tech, but so in designing, we decided to do fourplexes. And one of the design elements, as you'll notice, is that for those individuals who are in the situation where they have been traumatized and they have children, we want to make sure that there was private space for those children. Parents, having went through the trauma, most likely want to make sure that their children are in a line of sight and near them. So we designed the fourplexes so that each one of those 4 units has a private space. Also, each of the ground floor units will be designed to universal design standards because, again, that population includes senior, disabled, and those fleeing domestic violence or sexual assault. So they will each have a front and back door. We also designed a duplex for families. Those will be 2 3-bedroom units, again, with universal design. And the nature of this project is to have a community and to understand that a community is made up of all kinds of different people. Stevensville has a population of about 1,900 people, but the market study that we had done encompasses a 13-mile radius. So you have Victor, Corvallis, and Florence, and in that 13 miles, you have over 26,000 people. The market study indicates that the need for new units is about 64 units, and again, this will be 16 units. I think that the fact that we have the Federal Home Loan Bank and the land donated really does speak to the need as well as the commitment that the community has for this project. With that, I'll entertain questions.
Thank you, Jim, and I'm going to apologize for breaking the continuity of your presentation, but we have a couple people on the phone who would like to make comments and are pushing up against a meeting time. So if you don't mind, we'll let them go ahead and make their presentation. Andrea, who are these folks? All right, very good. So we'll do it that way. Thank you. I prefer that way. Jim, sorry.
Well, maybe they're in favor of this project. Maybe we should let them go now.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the board regarding the Cole Court? Are there any public comments or questions regarding this application?
Good morning. I'm Stacy Umhine. I'm vertically challenged. I'm from Supporters of Abuse-Free Environments, or SAFE, in Hamilton. And SAFE is a rather small domestic and sexual violence services program. And for the last 20 years, thereabouts, we've been providing emergency shelter through a 4-bedroom emergency shelter and 9 units of transitional housing in the Bitterroot Valley. Last year, we provided nearly 3,000 nights of emergency shelter and over 11,000 nights of transitional housing to about 70 families. So that just speaks a little bit to the need. Our shelter occupancy last year was over 99%, and on about half of the nights in last year, we were at or above 100% occupancy in our shelter. Housing and income are the 2 biggest issues that the folks that we work with are facing after addressing their domestic and sexual violence and issues of trauma. What we see for folks that we're working with are that virtually all of the folks we're working with are below 60% of the area median income, and most are below 30%. Domestic and sexual violence survivors have really unique and challenging housing needs. They often are struggling with things like coerced debt as a result of their experiences. They are often struggling with spotty work histories as a result of being unable to work because of experiencing domestic violence, and they're also often dealing with a history of evictions because of domestic violence. SAFE opened a transitional housing program in 2000. Since that time, our project has been generally full with a waiting list. In order to ease some of that housing burden on our community, last year we began offering a rapid rehousing program through using funds from home and in partnership with HRC. And we were very able to get about 20 people onto that program. And we've only been able to house about 10 of those families. And the reason for that is absolutely just those issues that I spoke about before and a lack of available housing stock. So we were very excited when Jim approached us and suggested that they were reformatting the populations that they would be serving in Stevensville, particularly in the north end of our valley. It's very difficult for folks to find housing. We're often seeing people coming into Hamilton, which is where our program is located, and having to take kids out of school, rearrange their whole life, and reorient kids to a new community after experiencing trauma over potentially most of that lifetime for those kiddos. So we'd be very excited to have some housing opportunities in the north end of the valley. And so I just want to encourage you to look really favorably on this project. Thanks a bunch.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the public? Okay, thank you, Jim. I'll have to say I admire your tenaciousness.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we have a couple people on the phone who need to make some public comments. I assume this is a Ouellette place. Is that correct? Well, if they're on the phone, they can introduce themselves and provide their comments.
Okay, this is Dwayne Ferdinand in Lewistown, and I'm in the conference room here with Robin Fleming. We're part of the Lewistown Community Development Corporation. Can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can.
Okay. We would like to comment on phase 2 of the Ouellette Place apartment project. Housing is really taking its toll on the local economy here in Lewistown. And it's one of the biggest issues that Central Montana is facing, actually. So we're very much support of the proposed development on Ouellette Place Phase 2. The land is right next to the existing Ouellette Place apartment projects. And so it would be very compatible with the existing development, and the land will likely be donated to the Phase 2 project. And but many people moving into the area just can't afford to build new houses and so forth. So it's really the market situation here is getting tighter and tighter, and rentals don't stay open very long. They're snatched up immediately, and we're getting very good vacancy rates at the existing. They're extremely low, and people are continuing to move into the area, and they are in need of housing. So we've got some workforce issues here for providing housing for workforce, and so I think it's a needed project, and we'd like to offer our support here in Lewistown for Ouellette Place Phase 2. Robin, do you want to add anything to that?
This is Robin Fleming, and I'm also on the Lewistown Community Development Corporation Board. I've been in Lewistown, been in the housing industry for most of my working career, and I have never seen housing as tight as it is now in Lewistown. We've got some businesses that are contemplating moving here, most likely going to move here, that will require employees, and we have nowhere to house additional working people right now in Lewistown. So we're kind of in a dire situation. I think this would be a win-win for Lewistown if this project was funded, and I would encourage you greatly to support it.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to comment on that.
Yes, go ahead.
I think that's the extent of our comments from Lewistown at this moment.
All right, thank you. We will now break for lunch. If there are no other public comments or questions regarding Nicole Place? I was just gonna get to that. We will take a half an hour break for lunch, and, so if you, why don't we just plan on being back here at noon, 12 o'clock? You're welcome. I have noon o'clock, so we can, start up again. Mary?
June found, from American on the Hardin project. It was built in 1989. Someone had asked that question, so. Okay, the next one is Ouellette Place 2 in Lewistown. The developer is Homeward. It's a family project, 12 units, and it will be, and it will be family. I already said that, didn't I? Did you get to finish eating?
Well, good afternoon by 1 minute. My name is Heather McMillan. I'm the Housing Director for Homeward. I want to take an opportunity to tell you a little bit about our project that we're proposing, obviously. Lewistown is in the heart of Montana, if anybody is looking, right dead center. And what's happening in Lewistown is a lot of things we've been seeing in a lot of the communities we've been working in lately. But I think what's most important to point out is that recently there has been a lot of work, and the Greater Lewistown Housing Coalition has been created because there's been a huge economic kind of shift and economic impact with the housing. Similar to Livingston or Whitefish maybe, but not in the same way. It's more of a kind of central core community issue that Lewistown is really starting to feel at this point. So we have to take a little step back in time, because some of us who might be a little long in the tooth in housing remember Ouellette Place, but others may not know the history. City of Lewistown identified a housing need, and then they created Lewistown Community Development Corporation. And this was back in probably 2007-ish. And they found a development partner at the time. And then 2008 happened and the market dropped. And the development partner, LCDC, had made progress. They had actually designed the project, bid the project, and were ready to go. But those of us that were in housing at the time know what happened to the tax credit market. Basically, the bottom fell out and we were all holding our breath. And so at that point, Homeward was asked to come in and take over as developer and general partner on the project, because the tax credit world got a lot riskier and a lot more refined. And so what happened with the tax credit award in 2009, we partnered with Board of Housing and worked through the fact that we had to exchange our tax credits for ARA funds. American Recovery Reinvestment Act, basically everything we couldn't syndicate credits. There was no market. And so what happened was we turned back in credits to the feds and they gave out 85 cents on the dollar. And so Ouellette Place was one of the projects that had to basically be unwound from the tax credit world and shoved in this new box of ARA. And we had to do a rescission of restricted covenants and convert the credits, and basically, short answer, Board of Housing is our limited partner in the project, because there is no outside syndicator. So with our proposal today, we're looking to walk this through again at a later stage in life. We might be to the point where we can start unwinding this partnership, or the way we've underwritten this project, whether we're making it all one project or we are adding 12 units to an existing 24 units in Lewistown. It does work as a 12-unit project, which is rare, but we've underwritten it in the sense that it has to be legally separated for another 4 years. I think Mary and I are going to play the
how do we deal with these ARA fund unwinds, because nobody really has done that in the country yet. So we'll play it a bit by ear, but this is, like I said, properly underwritten to stand alone at 12 units. So, as I told you, we didn't design it, but we were happy to implement it because it was a nice combination of historic preservation and then new construction. And so there were 16 units that were new construction and 8 units of this old hospital nursing quarters school using historic tax credits, and there's a little ARA logo on there. While it was successful and it leased up right away, there were also some issues. Because of the tightness of the funds, there was a historic building on site, a laundry building, that was in okay shape when we started that way back when, but is slowly deteriorated and has been boarded up for 20 years. So as part of this project proposal, we're looking to deconstruct the building itself, which is in disrepair, cracking foundations, et cetera. But we're also using it as an opportunity to reuse the foundation and build community space and 4 units on that foundation, as well as the additional units I'll talk about here in a minute. I'll point out, you're going to see this picture of this washer and dryer combo unit twice. Staff asked, why would I use the same picture twice? One of the things that we'll look to correct is putting in a communal laundry room, because the units themselves have a single unit washer dryer. It washes and it dries. And it is the most infuriating thing if you have more than one load of laundry, and most families do. So while that's nice, we're going to do a community room that we don't have space for now with that laundry building. We're going to put in the laundry space. And another unique aspect that, wow, you would have thought we would have caught this, there's a manager's office at the property, and there's no public bathroom. So if you do the math on that, we're going to put some public toilets in here too. So from a standpoint of how the project would work, this is essentially a standalone 12-unit new construction project. What we're proposing is doing, using that laundry building, doing the community spaces, 4 units there, and on an adjacent parcel, which will be donated by Lewistown Community Development Organization or Corporation. There's a parcel that will will replicate the new construction part of the process. So you can see there's an adjacent property that we always get told that we need to mow and deal with it, and it wasn't ours. And so now we're saying, hey, let us take care of it. So 8 units of new construction there. We're going to work through some construction changes in the design. CTA was the architect. It was a good building, the new construction, but there's some things that we would spiff up. We think we can find some efficiencies there, efficiencies with the laundry building, but again, deconstruction is adding a little bit to the cost, and we just feel like these choices that we're making in what we're proposing will make long-term operational efficiencies and also add 12 units to what is much needed in this community at this point. LCDC is committed to donating the land and working through those. They held on to that parcel next door, just for another community benefit. This was back in the day, back in 2009. They knew something could be done. And what's been happening lately, and I was told to show a picture of the article because, and I don't know if I shoved it in here or not, but there's a huge, Robin and Dwayne talked a little bit too about it, but there's a huge need right now in Lewistown for a myriad of housing. So May 10th, housing shortage taking toll on local economy was a headline. Robin was quoted in the paper talking about the dynamics of why their workforce is suffering at this point. This will also help LCDC. They've been having the carrying costs of having this land, and they wanted a community benefit, and so putting it back to use for housing is a great reuse. And you did hear Dwayne and Robin speak to the need a bit when they were on the phone right before lunch. I would say, speaking of need, we can always do a market study. We do have a need for 102 units in Lewistown, which is much higher than it was the last time we went through this. But I think what's more important and something to point out is that ULEC currently has, and we have vouchers associated with the project, they have a vacancy rate of 2.99%. It was 3.26 last year. Those are real numbers. The wait list is pretty healthy. But what I should point out is that on a 24-unit project, that's less than 1 unit from a percentage, and it has been for quite a while. And so right now, Debbie with Tamarack wrote a letter. She was going to be on the call but couldn't stay on. But there's a real need. They've been turning people away that make just a little bit more than 60% area median income. So we're really intrigued with the income averaging on these 12 units, so we can open the bandwidth, because there's just people just outside those ranges. And it's a small enough project, it would be a good kind of beta test for that income averaging that we'll be talking about next week. So I'm here to answer any questions at this point on the project, and if I missed any high points, I'm sure we'll sneak them in somehow.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board? Yes, Amber.
So in looking at the population data that was provided to us, and of course the most recent being 2017, both Fergus County and Lewistown specifically are actually seeing population declines. So Can you be a little more specific as to what is causing the housing crunch?
You know, and that's a really interesting question, because I think that the fact that there's no housing stock, nothing's been built. Robin talked about that there's businesses coming to town or want to come to Lewistown, but there's no place for them to house workers. And so, you know, a lot of the people that Debbie has seen Tamarack trying to apply, they're homeless. They need housing right away, and then they just move on. And so I feel like Lewistown, and having grown up in Belgrade, it's someplace that Belgrade used to feel like, or Manhattan, or now Three Forks, if you're looking at the valley. This is a place, it's a central Montana. There's a lot of economic potential, but the problem is there's just no housing stock. And so I think that that's why you're seeing, because it is a hub for services, but it's just there's no growth.
Are there other questions or comments? Are there any comments or questions from members of the public? Yes, Andrea. Sure you can.
Hi, Andrea Davis with Homeward, but I was emailed by Debbie Kern, who is our on-site property manager. She unfortunately had to get off the call, so she sent me this email. One thing I would just also point out is in an article it talks about that there are 50 homes on the market right now, and it's at 50% of what the typical on-market, what the realtors in Lewistown have identified as what's typical for Lewistown. There's 50% of the housing stock currently available. So what she says is, Debbie Kern says, I have phone calls daily for apartments. I can tell you that one-bedroom apartments for elderly people are really necessary in Lewistown, if you have ever thought of something like that. We have many on our waiting list that request first floor, but we never have any available units due to people moving in and staying, which is always great. Our one-bedrooms are mostly on the top floor, which elderly can't get to. So these properties, these current buildings are not elevator accessed, unfortunately. And she says, if we do have a vacancy, it doesn't take long to fill it. Currently, we are doing some rearranging of units due to requests for 3 bedrooms. ULED is extremely lucky in that we get wonderful tenants and tenants that care for their units. Tax credit units would be amazing, and she's making the discrepancy between project-based rental assistance on the current project and just straight tax credit units. They would be amazing because not everyone that is looking for a place recently are extremely low income. We have had to turn away several people due to income limits, and she reiterated that they had 4 applicants that were turned away by being just slightly over income, over 60% area median income already this year. This, of course, is not all that bad because our units are always full, but once in a while it would be great to say, yes, we have a place for you and your family to live. There is always a need, and I think it will grow as Lewistown continues to grow. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you, Heather.
Thank you.
Mary?
The next one is Homestead Lodge Apartments in Absaroka. Syringa Housing Corporation, excuse me, is the developer. This is acquisition rehab. It is tax credit and rural development at this point, 515. It's a 32-unit property, and currently there are 29 units of project-based tenant subsidy.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Hackett. I'm the development coordinator for Syringa Housing Corporation. This is Taylor Hunt, also with Syringa Housing Corporation. Thank you for letting us come and present today. Absaroka is about 2 hours out of Billings, southwest of Billings, about 3 hours from Helena. This project, let's see here, let's go all the way back to the front here. Sorry, here we go. No, that's okay. So just a little history. The original building, the original developer was built in 1977. It changed ownership in 1983. That owner owned it through up until about 3 years ago when he finally decided to walk away from it. The USDA tried to find somebody who could come in and keep it out of foreclosure and forbearance, and that would be able to manage the property. They turned to Diane Hunt of Syringa Property Management to come in and take over the property and to kind of keep it out of forbearance and at the risk of losing its rental subsidy. It was originally designed as a congregate care facility, means it had a large commercial kitchen, a large dining area. This is the actual kitchen and dining. It was soon found out that this program was not sustainable. They couldn't continue to operate it. It fell by the wayside, and so now you have this building that has virtually the space for the community rooms and the community offices are not well utilized, and so you just have these. In fact, this you can see it all the way to the back there. The leasing office is in the kitchen because there's no other space provided or utilized correctly and efficiently. The needs of the building, it has, I don't know if it was because of the commercial kitchen or something, it has some crazy electrical stuff going on. This is actual a panel. It's got a full closet with these gigantic electrical panels. There's some needs from electrical upgrades to the building. You're actually looking at the community space / fitness center right there. So it's just not, the space is not utilized very well, and it needs to be better, and the amenities need to be provided for the residents. There are also some needs for modernization, energy efficient upgrades in appliances, in lighting and plumbing, HVAC. There also the cement, and there's also a great need for accessibility upgrades. The cement is deteriorated. The parking lots are gravel. That makes it very difficult for accessibility. What we would like to propose is to better utilize the space that's there, create amenities for the tenants with fitness centers, and leasing offices, and more efficient fixtures and appliances, building upgrades, system upgrades like the electricals and things like that. I think this aligns really well with the MBOH goals to preserve affordable housing. The tenant AMI, because this has rural assistance with it, or a subsidy, you're going to find that the average AMI is less than 18%. This is a senior project. It's difficult to preserve and create affordable housing. So it's crucial to continue to preserve this much needed community. It's a valuable option as a housing option because it is subsidized. We're going to the inclusion of energy saving features through our renovation, and it's nearing the end of its restrictions. We're trying to keep the subsidy with it and out of forbearance from the USDA. We are requesting just a little bit under the minimum or the maximum of the small rural set aside of a little over 3.8 million in credits. We are servicing 36 units, which is the most of the majority of it, which is more units than the other in this set aside. We tried really hard to make sure we're identifying the right things that need to be renovated, the costs associated, especially with the soft costs. You can see that we've got very low costs associated with the project for the 36 units and the upgrades that are needed. We're going to be doing this with the tenant in place. Because we have the large community space, we can actually have the tenants come out during the day out of their units while we renovate their units. So there's minimal, and then they get to go back to their units at night. There'll be minimum impacts to the units that way, and it'll allow us to quickly through their units and get to renovate them. It's only financed by about 77% of the tax credits. The majority, the USDA is going to contribute as well in order to keep the project viable, keep the subsidy with it. They're going to re-amortize the debt for another 50 years at 1%. This will really enable, with the renovation, this will allow some cash flow to be put into reserves, which will actually be able to sustain the project. The previous owner did not have any reserves, was not able to maintain it. That's where you're running into problems coming as it deteriorates. There was no way to upgrade anything and no way to maintain anything. But through a significant rehab and refinance of the debt, that'll change, and it'll be a sustainable project for the long term. Just a quick recap on who we're serving: seniors, disabled. Preservation is crucial, especially in tertiary markets in rural Montana, where you're not going to be able to get new units. Specifically, the cost of construction is high. This is a great way to keep affordable housing. It's a very valuable housing option, and the lowest AMIs are served. Syringa Housing Corporation, just a quick note about Syringa Housing Corporation, what they've been able to do. They're a 501c3 nonprofit housing provider. Their mission is to preserve affordable housing, and they own and manage lots of rural projects. Believe me when I say that the USDA comes to Diane's frequently to help them to preserve even very small projects, 8 units, 10 units in these rural communities, and she has stepped up to be able to do those kind of things, mostly at a cost to her, because it's very difficult in rural settings to continue to manage very small apartment units. Syringa Properties manages about 90 properties in 9 states. They have 20 years of experience actually in Montana and own and manage several projects in Montana. A couple of quick side-by-sides. These are rural housing RD projects and Section 8 projects, Gallatin Forks. This is the Washington Square Apartments. This was my favorite. We got to be able to remove the mansard roofs and actually include some fire sprinkling for life and safety, health issues there. This particular project, the stairways have been rotted out due to the fact that the design, they didn't have anything over the stairways, so we were able to come in and also do a tax credit renovation on this 515. And this is a Section 8 project. It's just now has been maintained close to 10 years and still looks really good as a result of proper management in a rural setting with the rehab. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board? Sheila.
Mr. Chair, for the presenter, so who owns this building today?
Right now it's owned by Syringa Properties, LLC, which is Diane's company.
And so there's $1 million acquisition cost, if I'm looking at this right?
Yes. That is primarily made up of the USDA debt, which will be assumed. So there's really no profit in this. It's just $1 million of USDA debt that will be transferred to the new ownership and over 50 years. But it has to be sold to the new entity for the tax credits to be put in.
Other questions or comments from members of the board? Questions or comments from members of the public? Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, I just wanted to mention real quick that the Gallatin Forks one that was up there is the one that they did in Manhattan. How many years ago, Taylor? 4 years ago? 3-4 years ago.
Mary?
Okay, the next one is the Boulevard Apartments in Bozeman. The developer is GL Development, partnering with the HRDC 9 in Bozeman. 41-unit building, 39 of the one-bedroom apartments have mod rehab subsidy contract.
good afternoon. I'm Heather Grenier, also vertically challenged, with HRDC, serving the Bozeman area. I'm joined by Tracy Manuel, our Associate Director, and Dean Lure, our partner, on this project, so they can fill in what I missed, and also help me answer any questions as we go through. So I'm the President and CEO for HRDC. HRDC is a community action agency serving Southwest Montana, but we are also a certified housing development organization and a community development corporation. We've been working in the arena of affordable housing development since the early 90s. So I'm here today to present our project, the Boulevard Apartments. It's a development that's very near and dear to the heart of every member of our staff. This partnership will acquire and rehabilitate a historic subsidized building in the heart of downtown Bozeman. It's just across the corner from our office. In the proximity to housing counselors, service navigators, and other supportive services, along with a subsidy that ensures that tenants only pay 30% of their income towards rent. This has helped many tenants exit long-term homelessness and achieve housing stability. This location means that the people who live there are our neighbors and our friends. But unfortunately, with the prime downtown location and the nature of the annually renewing mod rehab subsidy, it places the building at a high redevelopment risk. One need only take a quick stroll through downtown to see new high-rise luxury condominiums where smaller, more modest structures once stood. This year alone, Mobile Home Park, just 2 blocks from downtown, was sold to make room for more of this new high-end development. All of this leads us to worry how our neighbors will fare if the building is sold. This slide highlights the most recent City of Bozeman Affordable Housing Needs Assessment, where it notes that we're already in desperate need of additional housing units for people at all income levels. There's an estimated 1,460 units needed just to meet the current demand. And to meet the needs of the growth in the county, over 3,000 below market rate units are needed. As our area continues to grow, the preservation of affordable housing like the Boulevard Apartments is critical. Additionally, since the last Affordable Housing Needs Assessment, the City of Bozeman, Bozeman has been at near a net zero vacancy rate. This slide highlights housing prices in the Bozeman area. So as demonstrated here, the option of home ownership is becoming less and less attainable. So as median home sales prices continue to climb beyond $400,000, even more households need the security offered by affordable rental housing. Our community is already in an extreme housing crisis, and the loss of these units would be staggering, and the subsidy is irreplaceable. Here showing current incomes and rents available. At this time, only 5% of Bozeman's rentals are affordable to households earning less than 60% AMI. However, 45% of our renters fall below this income level. Further, only 1% of units are available to very low-income households earning less than 30% AMI. Of the 41 units in the Boulevard Apartments that we're presenting, 39 of them are covered by a Section 8 mod rehab subsidy. This program was discontinued decades ago, and the subsidy is renewed annually on a contract basis. So of the 39 households receiving subsidy at Boulevards, 36 are classified as extremely low income, with the other 3 classified as very low income. The building has been a lifeline for elderly and disabled residents living on fixed incomes that without the Boulevards would most certainly become homeless or be displaced from the community they call home. For the past 20 years, HRDC has managed the waiting list for this property for the owner. And thankfully, when he decided it was time for him to retire and sell, he came to us and has been a very patient seller. However, he is continually being approached from others about acquiring the property. So the building itself was constructed in 1914 and is in desperate need of rehabilitation. Like many older buildings, it needs improvements to systems, accessibility upgrades, and a full renovation. Without the assistance of the tax credit program, we would be unable to purchase and rehabilitate the building, and the subsidy will likely be lost and the tenants displaced. I think I missed one there. There we go. So early in my career with HRDC, I was fortunate enough to be a housing advocate and had the pleasure of helping many tenants secure housing at the Boulevard, some who still live there to this day. I'm proud to see the difference we've been able to make in the lives of some of our community's most vulnerable residents. And the improvements in health and well-being benefit not just the people who call the Boulevards home, they benefit us all. We actually had one of the residents yesterday or on Friday brought homemade magic wands over to our office, and he gave me one with my name on it, my favorite color as well. I thought about bringing it here today to help me out, but so while we can acknowledge that this project is daunting and expensive, this 100-plus-year-old building needs a lot of work, and it's in a very expensive location. I know some of the metrics we're using make it a tough sell, but I cannot place enough value on keeping our longtime community neighbors from becoming homeless. We can see this property right out from every window in our offices, and I know if we're successful in receiving tax credits and all the other soft funds that it will take to finish this deal, it will still be a hard and difficult project. But I also know it will be impossible to keep these tenants from becoming homeless without your help, a prospect that is far worse. So I hope that you will consider assisting us in this effort. We are currently already exploring and have commitments from some local philanthropy in a very significant amount. We'll be looking at the Federal Home Loan Bank, Housing Trust Fund. City of Bozeman is hopefully going to be able to participate, and then also would qualify for historic preservation. So we are really trying to infuse as many dollars as possible to make this work, because it's that important to us. So thank you.
Thank you.
One thing.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead. Yep, struck me later on, and I think one of the things that emphasizes how important this is that even people who know absolutely nothing about housing and who know absolutely nothing about HUD mod, rehab, vouchers, when they found out that the Boulevards could potentially be up for sale, absolutely contacted us in panic. And it was, the guy from the Downtown Bozeman Association, it was city commissioners, it was downtown people who recognize the value of having this resource in our community, and we're seeing what is happening, and they called us in a panic, and so we're really lucky. We've got an owner who's working with us, but it's going to be a tough project. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the board?
This is Johnny. I'm just looking at your numbers for need. For what we were provided here, we have a number of 218 units at or below 60% AMI. You had, was it like 1,400?
So the 1,400 units, so there is some discrepancy. So that's from our market study, and the market study only is looking at the elderly and disabled household number. So the Bozeman Affordable Housing Study is looking across the entire market, and that 1,400 number is a mix of rental and ownership housing. And so when they talk about the below market number, they are still talking about below market rental and ownership. They did not break it down by rentals alone. So I think that explains a good amount of that discrepancy in the number.
Okay.
Thank you. Other comments or questions? Sheila.
Thank you for bringing this project. Really intriguing. Did you look at just buying it and operating it without renovation?
We did, and I think there's two factors. One, it's an expensive project to purchase, and two is it's really, really old, and so we also, as the provider in the community, we do housing quality standards inspections, and I think that our comfort level with running this property without some renovations, we would be very low on time before we would feel like we needed to dump a lot of money into it. So if we are not awarded tax credits, we are looking at plans B through Z to try to figure out how we can preserve this property in order to at least keep it running, at least bring it up to the full standard that we would need to in good consciousness, operate it, and then bring in some soft funds. We're working with a lot of local philanthropists also who have an interest in keeping this
project operating, and so we're working on pretty much every angle, but I would say that tax credits are, both the historic tax credits that we would apply for and the low-income housing tax credits they're kind of the linchpin of making this work.
Is this project located in Bozeman's Opportunity Zone?
It is not. It is not an opportunity zone, nor is it in a QCT. It's right downtown. Mm-hmm.
And did you look at 4% to see if you could make those work?
We did, and it was an ugly pro forma. we did try that, yeah.
Bob? You probably stated this, but on your financing, it shows, under the home program, $1,750,000. Is that another, what's that source?
I don't think that's all home program. I think that's a combination of housing trust fund. We're also seeking out affordable housing program from Federal Home Loan Bank. So it's a combination of a lot of
It's kind of like
funds.
potential.
Yeah. And that's, I think, one of the reasons, we've maybe got a little bit later start date too, because there's a lot of sources that have to be brought to bear in order to make this work.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, and Jean's coming, but I was gonna say, Jean, come and talk to us. We've heard from both of you, tough project, hard project, tough metrics. Let's get down in the dirt and tell us what this really means.
Well, they're right. It's a 104 or 5-year-old project. And, just the hazmat stuff is not simple. The tenants in there, 36 out of 39 of them that are covered by the mod rehab contract, which lets them pay 30% of their income, which is almost nothing. But 36 of the 39 are really elderly and disabled. So of the 41, there's two market rate units in it. We'll adjust the rents in those to something close to comparable and see where that goes. The relocating folks with that level of mental acuity is really tough just on its own. As Heather said this morning in the hall, the tenants will hate us, because just changing their physical location changes their daily routine. These folks have been there for 20, 25 years. On kind of an aside, this project, it's really expensive to acquire, and since the LOI was submitted, our current thinking really is to do it in 2 phases and separate most of the acquisition from the tax credits project. That'll let us put a lot more money into the rehab of the project. The value of the project, as it's located in downtown Bozeman, as Heather said, there's $2 million condos popping up in downtown Bozeman. Somebody can come in, do a condo on each floor of this thing, sell it for a couple of $1 million and do just fine on it. So it's a tough clientele. It's in a critical place right in the middle of downtown Bozeman. One other point I want to make. In this instance, the state housing division is the public housing authority. There's no public housing authority in Bozeman. There's the mod rehab contract, in all likelihood, will be converted to a project-based Section 8 contract that'll run 20 years rather than the 1 year repeating now. The state board, the state housing division staff have the authority to approve both the physical transfer and the contract transfer and conversion. We don't have to go through HUD with it. you know, the current owner, I think, based on the 20-year relationship with the HRDC, you know, as I've talked to him a number of times, he said, I've got 2 offers on the table that are for $400,000 more than our negotiated price with the HRDC. He says, I've not looked at them seriously. I don't know whether they're any good. I haven't vetted them, but he's comfortable and I'm comfortable that while it's a very expensive acquisition, based on the market, you know, I know of a 44-unit HUD project in Dillon that sold for $4 million. And, you know, it's an arm's length relationship. When you put that project in downtown Bozeman, I think this isn't a bad deal. Even if we separate much of the acquisition cost from the formal tax credit project, we're still going to butt right up against your $240,000 limit per unit. And that's just, you know, the amount of rehab, the hazmat, the relocation, the remodeling that's necessary to do in the project. And in, you know, in future discussions, maybe that 240 limit for some type of projects is worth a discussion. I don't know.
So follow-up question to any of you. You don't get tax credits from us tomorrow morning, and none of us have any idea whether that's so or not. That building lost?
The HRDC tries to buy it and hang on to it, is the honest answer to that question.
And is that realistic to kind of go with another investor that has all the money in the world that they can make? And
I think what it does, Jeanette, is hang on to the building. It doesn't get it rehabbed. These folks currently do a chunk of the management and are responsible for the health and safety inspection of the units. If they own it, their instincts of my advice is to not do that, to get a third party in to do it. Because they're stretching the outer limits of credibility now for it to pass those, that inspection. And if you're inspecting a building you own yourself, you know, I think given the philanthropists and the bank's interest in this thing, my sense is there's a good chance they can acquire it. It still really needs, in the very immediate future, a whole ton of work. Acquiring it stops it from going to somebody private and the subsidy being lost immediately.
I just wanted to add to that. We have, as Tracy mentioned, been working on multiple ways for this to move forward and prevent the loss of this resource in our community. All of the other plans that we have put together, the only way that we can even acquire it and carry it is if we have interest-only financing. So even in that event, it is something that will be short-term. You know, we've secured preliminary commitments from some philanthropic dollars and also our lenders and some other partners, but we'd still be back here next year because the only way for it to really work in the long run is to have the infusion of not only tax credits but Affordable Home Loan Bank, Housing Trust Fund, all of those pieces together. But we hopefully have enough resources to at least do the acquisition, and it barely pencils just to cover the interest only on the operating cost.
Are there other comments or questions from members of the board?
I have just one question. So I know Bozeman's fairly expensive. What's the feasibility of building your own facility rather than to acquire this building?
I think the real downside to doing that is the loss of the subsidized housing. That's really where we lose out because to build our own facility, you know, is still going to be quite expensive. and the tenants will no longer we won't have this long-term subsidy in place. So that's really, and we're never going to be able to build something right downtown where, they've got access to everyone they need. If we were to build anything, it's going to be west side of town, far out away from everything and not subsidized.
Are there other comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
Just one more comment, Mr. Chairman. I think this is going to be one of those projects that even if we separate the purchase from the rehab as much as we can, there will be the opportunity to put more money into it, to get more money to fund it than your limits will allow at 240. There's just an awful lot of interest in keeping it going.
Thank you, Gene. Commissioner Cunningham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. As mentioned, my name is Terry Cunningham. I'm speaking on behalf of City Commission and Mayor Cindy Andrews. Bozeman is experiencing significant development pressure, as you know, and one of the byproducts of that pressure is considerable pressure on our older affordable units being redeveloped and the residents displaced. And given Montana's private property laws, we as a city have limited tools to mitigate the net loss of these housing units. As a result, there's an 18-plus month waiting list for Section 8 and other low-income housing, which creates short-term crisis that organizations like HRDC and Family Promise must attempt to fill. These, as mentioned, the Boulevard Apartments contain 39 subsidized units, the majority of which are either extremely low or very low income, and these are our most vulnerable citizens. No question about it. These are our most vulnerable citizens. It's no exaggeration to say that a loss of nearly 40 units would be catastrophic to the city of Bozeman. Another unique fact, as mentioned, is that it is close to downtown. It is the only affordable housing unit of any significance, close to social services, to work, to the daily needs of these residents. If there is going to be, there's very little likelihood that anyone is going to purchase land and in downtown and develop it for affordable housing. So we in Bozeman are looking to do our share to address affordable housing. We have this new plan that we are developing, and certainly the preservation of historic and affordable housing options is part of that. The Commission has taken a personal interest in this project. We have worked with HRDC and these philanthropic organizations to help address some of the financing needs. We have considerable skin in the game in terms of hours and effort, and we will remain invested in this project and hope you will consider fully funding it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you. One interesting note is my grandfather lived in that building many years ago. So, Mary?
The next one is Valley View Village in Helena. Housing Solutions is the developer, a senior project, and it's 36 units.
Morning, Tyler Currents, Housing Solutions. Sorry you're not going to get to see Alex up here all day. So I'll break it up a little bit. So Valley View Village, this is one of 4 senior proposals Alex or I are bringing before you today. One thing I'd like to say is each of these, even though they may look the same, really is a unique proposal for the communities we're bringing them in. Alex and I worked to look across Montana and find those communities that we thought senior would be most needed in. So those are what we're bringing before you today. So that, we'll go to the next slide. So here's some stats about the project. It's going to be 36 senior homes here in Helena. We have rents between $475 and $715. $475, of course, would be the lower end for a 1-bedroom, and $715 on the high end for a 2-bedroom. One thing I did want to point out is in those rents, all utilities are included. So specifically, seniors living on a fixed income like to see having the predictability of having utilities included in rents. Here's a look at the building footprint. This is similar to other senior projects you've seen us bring before, and it's not the last time you'll see it today. One thing I'd like to point out is that it's 0-step entry for all our units, so there will be an interior elevator, and as seniors age, they won't have to encounter steps in the project. One thing I really like about our senior proposals is the aspect of it really becoming a community for the residents. So, of course, what's better for community than a community room? So you can actually see here on this footprint, there's a community room, and in that there'll be an area to, cook, play games, TV, have meals, things like that. So the residents actually really get to know each other, and they don't, just walk past each other in the halls. And in the summer, there's a patio in place for residents to, hang out, grill, relax. So it really becomes more than just a place to live, but a place for the residents to get to know each other and spend time together. There's also a library, exercise room, and things like that. So this kind of gives you a sense for the footprint of the building. Here's a look at the floor plan for a one-bedroom unit. Many residents will be making the transition from single-family living to living in Valley View Village, so we try to do things to accommodate that. In the unit, there will be a washer and dryer, microwave, dishwasher. We want to make that transition just as smooth as possible, so this is a look at the layout of a one-bedroom unit. Here's the location of the site. One thing we like about this site is I think it strikes a really good balance of being in a residential area in a part of Helena that it looks like there's been money put into, and it's in the Anderson Business Park. So it's about a half a mile away from Montana Avenue, where there's a lot of amenities, as you can see there with the stars, many of which are within walking distance. One thing I'd like to call your attention to is St. Peter's Clinic. It's the yellow star just to the northeast of the site, and that's about a quarter mile away. It's a walk-in clinic, a lot of physicians there, and something I think would be great for the residents to have nearby. I'd finally like to point out that we have this under contract, so upon your word, we're ready to go, and we're very excited about the location of this proposal. Of course, for seniors, one thing that's very important is transportation. Not all of them necessarily have a car, so that's critical. And this is a view of the bus route. It's about a quarter mile away again from our location, so not too far for the residents to get to, and very important in helping them get around Helena. One thing I'd like to say, just in wrapping up real quick, is last year you guys funded Red Alder, which is huge help to the community, and it brings 85 family units. This, on the other hand, is a senior proposal, so we're looking to serve a different group of people, and the reality is Red Alder probably will fill up with mainly families. You guys have mentioned that Helena's been underserved in tax credit awards relative to the population, and that certainly does seem to be the case. And the last senior award for Helena was actually River Rock Residences in 2011. So we really want to serve this need of seniors in the area to kind of complement the Red Alder proposal from last year. Our mini market study turned up a need for 228 senior units, and in addition, the senior population in the area is growing at 3 times the general population, and I don't suspect that'll be slowing at all. Helena is the 5th largest city in Montana. As you know, it's the capital. It's going to continue to grow, and we think now is the time for a senior proposal in Helena. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
Excuse me. Good afternoon, members of the board. For the record, my name is Sharon Haugen. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Helena. And I'm up here speaking in favor of this application. You'll probably see me again a little bit later. Indeed, Helena is like every other community in the state right now. We do have a variety of housing needs. Housing is getting much more expensive. With regard to this project, We do know that our housing needs assessment has identified, as was earlier indicated, that we will see a big increase in people over 65. In fact, the housing needs assessment identified that we will have an increase of about 6,000 plus people over 65 in the next 4 years. We certainly don't have enough senior housing or housing that can meet the needs single level. But more importantly, we don't have enough housing for those seniors who cannot afford the regular market rent apartments that we are seeing. Our housing needs assessment did identify as one of our goals in the City of Helena's growth policy, also has identified as one of the goals, is to support and advocate for new developments that increase housing options for children. I mean, not for children, but for seniors. With that, I'll encourage you to support this project.
Thank you, Sharon. Are there other comments from members of the public? Michael.
Alrighty. Chairman Milby, members of the Board of Housing, my name is Michael O'Neill. I'm the Executive Director at the Helena Housing Authority. I'm here today to support the proposed project here in Helena, the Valley View Village project. In Helena, we're as in many communities, but particularly in the major cities, we're working diligently to both preserve and to expand our supply of affordable housing. And that's, even in doing that, we're falling behind every year. But it's critically important in terms of my perspective, in terms of running the voucher programs in our community, that the supply of decent quality, affordable units is really where the challenge lies. These units will be able to utilize housing choice vouchers. We have the regular HCV program, the state Section 8 program. We have VASH vouchers for homeless veterans, and then we have a supply of permanent supportive housing veterans for homeless folks. And our big challenge is finding units that are available to take those vouchers, and particularly those, we do housing quality standards inspections, and that meet a very minimal level of quality standards, and particularly for elderly, to find, as in this project, 100% of the units will be visitable, that they'll be safely entered, they won't need to climb stairs, that not all the units are fully accessible, but for many of the elderly, they don't need a fully accessible unit. They do need to be able to easily get into the property. It's a great location. It's close to services, healthcare, shopping, jobs, all of which will be beneficial to our community. About 20% of our voucher holders at admission are seniors, and so this will be meeting really a need on our waiting list, and so we really look forward to that project coming forward. But really, it changes the marketplace by adding additional units that can take vouchers that are really of a quality that any one of us would want to move into. And we also welcome in Helena, we haven't had a large supply of developers developing in Helena. We've had our historic, the housing authority's been involved, or RMDC, with assistance from other developers, but we really welcome the interest of private developers moving into Helena and helping us with our affordable housing needs. We particularly appreciate the developers we have presenting projects this year, and that Housing Solutions certainly has a great track record of developing new affordable housing that is sustainable and is of high quality. So thank you for your support.
Thank you, Michael. Other comments, questions from the public?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Heather O'Loughlin. I am a commissioner with the City of Helena. I think you've heard some great information from our city staff, so I won't repeat, but just want to let you know that we on the commission really are committed to addressing the ongoing and increased issues of housing in the City of Helena. We think this is a very worthy project and appreciate Housing Solutions bringing it forward, and would urge your strong support. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Loughlin. Are there other comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you. We can move on to the next one, Mary.
The next one is Paxson Place in Butte. The developer is Housing Solutions. It's a senior property and 36 units.
Thank you, Chairman Melmy, members of the board. Good morning. Here we are again. I'm thankful that Tyler joined the team a couple years ago, or else I might have run horse today. But at this point, Alex Burkhalter, of course, with Housing Solutions. I think at this point it's worth taking a moment to generally talk about all the proposals we turned in this year. Important because, as Tyler mentioned, some very similar, like exactly the same, floor plans and building concepts will be coming through. Is this because each project is anticipated to be the same? No, but because the proposals are really more about the community in which they're in at this point in the stage. You know, 5 or 6 years ago, when we moved to the letter of intent format, I was a bit frustrated. I felt each project should have its own fair and full hearing, judged on its full merits. But as often the case, with the passage of time, I've come to appreciate the wisdom of others. The letter intents give the development community the opportunity to bring you, the board, a variety of proposals from all over the state to choose from. You enabled us to do this by reducing the time and expense of a full application for a community that you may see or judge as less of a priority. So, for many years we've been saying the need is great all over the state. And that's right on the money. The need is everywhere. So, thank you for allowing us to bring you as much of everywhere as we could. So, while some of the graphics and pictures may be the same, what changes these proposals is the community. And Butte does have a great need for new senior affordable housing. Our proposal in Butte is similar to the last 36 senior units. You'll see this unit count around this figure from us, because that is about what the $6 million housing tax credit limit can support. Rents at the Paxton project will be affordable to the seniors who need the homes. As with all our senior projects, the utility costs are fully included in the rent. Similar to Helena, the building plans include a community room, library space, billiards room, and exercise room. This project will, of course, have an on-site manager who will not only help to move tenants through the application process, but also, once they're in, keep the social activity calendar full for the residents they already have. Again, here's the one-bedroom floor plan. This floor plan actually predates me. It's been in buildings for over 20 years now. But we've continued to refine and improve it over the years and are very happy with the homes we offer now and are proposing in Butte. Specific to each town, of course, is the location. Paxton and Butte is located south of the interstate, just 1 block west of Harrison. As you can see, Harrison Ave has many amenities and options for their residents. Just south of the property is the Super Walmart, which is truly a one-stop shop. I never cease to be amazed that you can get your oil changed while having a vision appointment. Equally important is the property's proximity to stops on the Silver Bow bus transit system. Just 2 blocks away, the stop at Harrison and Elizabeth Warren, the bus will take residents up and down Harrison as well as into Old Town Butte, including a stop at the Belmont Senior Center. Now, admittedly, Butte probably isn't the top of your mind when you think of affordable housing in Montana. I mean, it's Butte after all. They're hardy folks who could probably survive and thrive winter in a 100-year-old home. Well, that's actually what's happening. The problem is they're surviving winter in a 100-year-old home. The housing is generally very old and inaccessible and not suited well for an elderly and aging population. The market study identified a need for 145 new homes. This was corroborated with NBC Montana's recent interview of the executive director of the Belmont Senior Center, Ms. Ann Ewan. Ms. Ewan explained that over 60% of the center's guests live in low-income housing, and all those properties have waiting lists that are full. Most of her guests just end up on a waiting list waiting for their turn. She even mentioned that some of them are forced to be doubling up, living on friends' couches, which may be suitable for college students, but I sure wouldn't want my grandparents in that situation. Butte, as Montana's 6th largest city, recently did receive an award for a new family housing, and our desire was to bring you a proposal that would meet the need for senior housing in Butte. Even with that family award, Silver Bow County is behind in housing credits award. As an example, the number of 9% credits over the last, or 9% credit units over the last 10 years is less than that of Hill County, while having over double the population. Even if you consider the non-competitive credits in Butte, it is still far behind when you look at Butte's larger population. We believe Butte is more than ready for this, as its last senior award was 10 years ago. No, last thing, I'm sorry for all the numbers here at the end, but I did want to take a brief moment and discuss one more item. We have always strived, in whatever community we're working, to deliver a great product for a fair price. As you look through the comparative data sheet, I think our proposals stack up pretty well and show an effective use of housing credits. One category we don't always shine is the percent paid with housing credits. This was a bit of a head scratcher for me until I finally put some numbers to it. Basically, percent paid with housing credits will always be very closely linked to project cost per unit. Using Butte as an example, we have 36 units at a cost of $171,000 per unit, or a total of about $6.2 million. Housing credit equity is $5.2 million. This gives us a figure of 85% paid with tax credits and 15% from other sources. This lines up exactly with the comparative data sheet. Now, if we look at Paxson at the average per unit cost, $208,000 from the letters submitted this round, and multiply it by the 36 units, you have a total cost of $7.5 million. With the project still only being 36 units, the housing credit equity is the same, $5.2 million. Under this increased cost, 20% higher, it shows that the percent paid with housing credits is 70% and the other is 30%. So is this a better deal? At the end of the day, I'd submit it's not actually better, nor is it really even any worse. The second scenario is more costly and therefore had to go out and find other funds to make up the difference, which in turn makes the percent paid with housing credits lower. But from a housing credit perspective, you're spending the same dollars and getting the same number of new homes created. So thank you for bearing through all the numbers with me, and I'd strongly encourage you to consider Butte for one of your invitations to apply this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Are there comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
Hi, I'm Ravonda Stordahl, the Executive Director of the Public Housing Authority in Butte. I'm here to support this project in Butte, Paxson Place. We do have a need for more elderly housing in Butte. We are seeing an increase in the number of elderly people. All of the elderly properties that we manage are full and have waiting lists. What I like about Paxson Place is, one, that it's near shopping, near a bus line. It's accessible with the elevator, which some other properties in Butte are not. I also like the fact there's a community room and a patio for people to gather, because we found that that's really important for the elderly to be able to get together. It's also a good location in terms of what Butte Silver Bow thinks needs to be done in that area. Let me see if I got any other notes. And the other thing I really like about this project is the utilities are included in the rent, which is not the case in many other projects in Butte. So that's really important for some of our seniors to be able to get their utilities paid with their rent. So I encourage your support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments or questions from members of the public? All right, thank you. Alex, I think at this point, we'll let your folks from Kalispell make their comments so they can get on the road. This relates to Creekside Apartments, Creekside Commons.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Jared Nygren with the City of Kalispell Planning Department. I'm the senior planner there. Thank you for letting me comment. I got a council meeting at 7 o'clock and I got a couple-hour drive back. But I'm here to support the Housing Solutions Project in Kalispell. They did a previous project there a number of years. It's been really successful. So we know that there's a demand in the city. We have 0% vacancy in the city of Kalispell and the neighboring communities, Whitefish, Columbia Falls, a couple of unincorporated communities, Big Fork, Lakeside, Marion. Our area is pretty unique geographically. We're small, but we function kind of as like a metro area. Even our urban areas relatively dense compared to some of the areas you see We get a lot of commuting in and out of the cities. So right now with that 0% occupancy, we get a number of people, not being able to find employment in the city, so they end up being further out in the county. When I moved into the city, I was living 35 miles out of town in an old cabin, for $1,200 a month, I might add. So we are the third fastest micropolitan area in the United States. First is Bozeman. So as we've stated, Montana's got a lot of needs. What makes us unique, we don't have a university, and we're still growing at that rate. What a micropolitan area is, it's less than 50,000 if you're wondering, but that also has limitations because of our size. We're limited in a lot of funding we get for certain projects, even though we have the need or even greater needs in some instances. The high demand has created talk in the planning department of over 1,000 dwelling units to be constructed. We've had ongoing talk with developers, but despite that, we've only got 55 units being constructed, multifamily this year. Within the last 5 years, we've only had 36 senior units built, and those were for sale by Emmanuel Lutheran Communities. Really, the cost, why we're not seeing the housing is, where we're at. We're not on an interstate, so as high as construction costs are in Montana, they're even higher where we are just because of our location. Like I said, really having talked to developers, we're not going to start to see a lot of housing till we hit about $1.50 per square foot. Right now, it's hard to believe. That's why we're not seeing that. So we need projects that have that assistance to get the housing into the city to meet our needs. Just as far as enforcement, we've been seeing the demand on just everyday residents and including seniors. We've seen an increase of people living in RVs within city limits. Obviously, that's an issue year-round within city limits, but in the winter, it's even more of an issue. We've had a number of hotels, especially the older ones, that have been turned into housing, which has been a big issue with our fire departments and enforcing that. And, we did a recent survey regarding water service lines in the city limits. And as part of that, we found a number of garages that have recently been converted. Recently, just an example, a 400 square foot detached 2-car garage is renting for $800 a month in the city of Kalispell. So that's just really to talk about the demand of housing. Like I said, a 0% vacancy. The project that they did in Kalispell before has been really successful. We've had a lot of good comments about it, or a lot of good reviews. It's in a great location. It's an infill site. It's immediately adjacent to Gateway Community Center, which has the food bank, a United Way. A number of the seniors already gather there and do basically walks through the mall. It's an old 70s mall that's been converted into a community center, but they do a lot of activities there. The city's a proponent of aging in place. We're doing a number of things to create the community more age-friendly. It's immediately adjacent to our trail system, so once again, that'll just allow for a lot of recreation, allow for those seniors to partake in some activities that will keep them healthy. It's right near a bus stop, and with that, I can answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Are there any other comments regarding Creekside Commons?
Thank you.
Was that Alex? All right, thank you. Mary, we can get back on schedule and go with Laurel.
Excuse me, next is Pullman Apartments in Laurel. Housing Solutions is the developer. It's a 30-unit family property.
Afternoon, Tyler Currents, Housing Solutions. It's a pretty short break. Well, I'd like to introduce you to the Pullman Apartments in Laurel. This is a family proposal for 30 units. One thing I'd like to say is I grew up in Billings and I played club soccer, so we traveled a lot to the western side of the state and we had a lot of long drives back on I-90. And really Laurel was just an indicator that we were close to Billings and we always just flew right through it. I don't really remember ever stopping. To this day, I've rarely stopped in Laurel. But in doing some research and coming up with this proposal, I found out there's actually a lot more going on in Laurel than I ever thought of. Laurel's got 7,000 people in it. So at least by Montana standards, that's actually a mid-sized town. That's the same size as Lewistown, Columbia Falls, Whitefish, but it doesn't really get thought of very often. It's got the CHS refinery, which employs 500 people, roughly. It's got Montana Rail Link rail yard, which I had no idea about this, but it is the biggest switching terminal from Seattle to Minneapolis. I had no idea. So today, I'd like to call attention to Laurel with this affordable housing proposal. As I said, this is for 30 family homes. It'll be 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. As you can see, the rents range between $575 and $785. And similar to our senior communities, we want to make this a place for families to actually enjoy and spend time together. So there's going to be a playground at the location. It's going to have a manager on site, similar to our other projects. Here's a look at the floor plans for the for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath unit and a 2-bed, 3-bath unit. One thing that's been a staple in our family communities is having a 2-bed, 2-bath instead of 2-bed, 1-bath. That's really become something we do in all our family units, and it's been something the families really appreciate. Again, it'll have a washer, dryer in the unit, dishwasher, microwave. The idea here is to make them really as comfortable and livable as possible for families. With this proposal as well, we'll meet a number of the board's green and energy goals. What we're really excited about here is our site location. It's at the corner of 8th Avenue and 3rd Street, which is actually directly across the street from the local public library. 8th Avenue is a 2-lane residential street, and we really are excited about it because it's got new sidewalks and boulevards installed right next to it. They were installed as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. There's new homes around it. It seems like the part of town that's been receiving definitely support from the city, and there's been investment from the community there. In addition, it's only, I need to get my stars up there. There we go. It's only 2 blocks away from West Elementary School, which is that red star just north of the site location, which is great for family, of course, because they can walk literally directly to school from the project. And it's also close to Thompson Park and Laurel High School. Those are the red and the blue star up to the northeast there, not too far away. That's less than a mile away. And as you can see, there's all sorts of other amenities, including Walmart, most of which are less than a mile away. So as with our other projects, the site is under contract, so we're ready to go on this one, and it really is something we're pretty excited about. So I'd like to wrap up by saying, you know, most of you have probably been through Laurel. It's got some older homes and kind of similar to Butte in some ways. It hasn't received much new construction, but there's certainly a need for it. Its last tax credit award was actually Meadowood back in 2002, which was a family award. It had no 3-bedroom units, which is an important piece of a family project. So here we want to certainly bring at least a pretty large number of 3-bedroom units in this project. Laurel, as I mentioned at the beginning, is the size of 7,000 people, and it's in Yellowstone County, which, as you guys know and have recognized, is growing and has a need for more housing. So we think it's going to continue to have that need, continue to grow, and we're excited to bring you this proposal. Thank you.
Are there comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you. Mary, next project.
The next project is Fire Tower Apartments, formerly known as Serendipity Apartments here in Helena. The developer is Wish Camper Development Partners. It is a senior disabled family project. It is an existing 44-unit project with project-based Section 8 assistance, contract on 24 of its units, and Wish Camper Development will secure a new 20-year contract for 24 additional units, right?
Close.
Okay. Sorry.
I'll explain a little bit more about that because it's something that I really want to highlight today. So, hello everybody, I'm Tyson O'Connell with Wishcamper Development Partners, and as Mary said, I'll be presenting on the Fire Tower Apartments. This picture was taken from the top floor of the Fire Tower, so you can tell why we're rebranding it. It's currently called Serendipity Apartments. It's just down the road from MBOH's office, actually, on Park and Broadway. As she said, it's an acquisition rehab here in Helena, and today I want to cover three things. I want to cover who we are with WDP. Some of you know, some don't. I want to do a summary of our project, and then I want to tell you why we think you should support this project. So who we are, Wishcamper Development Partners also operates as Rocky Mountain Development Group and WishRock. We're based in Missoula, but we work nationally. We do affordable housing development, new construction and preservation. We've been doing it for 50 years, and we've developed over 15,000 units. We do all kinds of development, but we'd like to concentrate. Sorry about that. We concentrate on acquisition rehab, as I said, and we've done two other projects here in Montana. We did 120 units of new construction called Silvertip, which was in Missoula. We used NSP funds, no tax credits on that project. And then we just completed 96 units of AC rehab in Great Falls called the River Run Apartments, which was formerly known as Vista Villa. We did that as a tax-exempt bond and 4% deal. So next I'd like to talk about the project. For those of you who don't know, it's on a high traffic area downtown Helena. It's 40 years old, and it has two buildings, and it's a very unique project because it actually serves seniors, residents with special needs, and family. So it literally serves all of those. One of the buildings is an elevator building and has 24 units, and that serves seniors and tenants with special needs, and the other is a family building. It has a separate HAP contract on those 24 units, so per fair housing, it can actually serve all of those populations. So it actually fits into all the different categories. The current HAP contract that Mary mentioned serves 24 units, and it's expiring in September of 2019. So just in a couple of months, we've worked with the seller to do a one-year extension on that, but he doesn't want to do a lot more than a one-year extension because of something I'll talk about here in a minute, and that's the risk of conversion and the potential that it's worth more as a market rate project. We'll be rebranding it the Fire Tower, obviously. So what it is now, I would say this is an existing apartment complex in a prime downtown location. It's in an opportunity zone. It's in historic downtown Helena, and it's at a high risk of being converted to market rate housing. You heard earlier when when they presented on the boulevards, there are certain projects that are existing in these prime neighborhoods in growing communities that need massive needs, and there are two ways to address those needs. The first is to take the project market, jack up the rents, and either do for sale or condo for sale or higher rents. The second way is through a subsidy, through low-income housing tax credits. I don't know any other way, and in this market, you're probably seeing it, but we're seeing it. A lot of different projects are just going market. They're worth more. It's an easier play. That's not what we want to do here. Because the HAP contract only covers 24 of these 44 units, 20 of them are actually currently market rate. So there are no affordability restrictions on those. And this project in the real estate industry, people a lot of times call it tired. They say that's a tired property. This thing's exhausted. It's way beyond tired. We already have a very extensive physical needs report that was commissioned by another developer in the cellar actually a few years ago, just to show how big the needs are. If you drive by it, you see that that doesn't really look like a great project. It looks like it's pretty tired. I grew up here. I remember this project from a long time ago, and not much has been put back into it now. And this report shows that it's 3.1 million to 3.6 million in needs. It's from exteriors, interiors, life safety issues. The big ticket items, asbestos abatement, the retaining wall in the back is falling down. all of the heating systems need to be repaired. And you can see the elevator controls right there are totally manual. So the elevator needs to be modernized, particularly because you have very vulnerable population of seniors and residents with special needs. So what will it become? I'm going to show you a video at the very end of this to show you what it will become. But for right now, I'd just like to say our preservation plan is a gut rehab. This is not a light rehab. We're going to be taking everything out, addressing the life safety issues, and updating the interiors and making this a project that's going to serve affordable residents in downtown Helena for the next 50 years. Most importantly, it's going to become 100% affordable, which means it will, we're extending the current expiring HAP contract for a 20-year contract. We're also bringing another HAP contract from Lewistown, Montana, and we're going to bring it into this project as part of this whole transaction for a number of unused Section 8 contracts in Lewistown, Section 8 vouchers in Lewistown that are going to come to Helena. So why Fire Tower? This is the last thing I want to cover. You've heard about a lot of different great projects today, and to me, Fire Tower stands out for three main reasons. First, it scores very highly under the QAP. Second, it meets all of the additional criteria from the QAP. It's in a prime historic neighborhood in downtown Helena. It'd be a very difficult place to develop affordable housing. It will have deep set-asides down to 40% AMI, and many of the residents are well below 30% AMI already. It's a rehab, a preservation, and creation of new affordable housing units. So it's all three of those things in the same project. And also it'll be an enterprise green community, even though it's an old, dilapidated building now, it'll be enterprise green community. And WDP has done 15,000 units of affordable housing. We can get done what we say we're going to get done. On top of that, the last way that it stands out is the efficient use of LIHTC. When you go through the comparative analysis that Mary circulated, it's the third lowest total paid by LIHTC. It has the lowest cost per square foot of all of the 9% projects. It has the lowest LIHTC per square foot of all of the 9% projects. And it has the highest number of units of all of the 9% projects. And even though Helena recently did receive the Red Alder, which is a new construction family project, this is a completely different project. This is a project that is a preservation project that has an existing HAP contract that is going to be lost. We're also bringing a contract from Lewistown that Montana will lose if it doesn't go into this project. It'll go back to HUD Denver. And so it's a different project in downtown Helena. And I'd like to finish this with just a short video. For those of you who are not familiar with our work, this video shows a little bit about a 92-unit project that we just finished in March in Omaha, or in Nebraska, and it serves residents with special needs and the elderly. So it's exactly the same and the same kind of scope.
This project is formerly known as Oddfellow Manor. It's now called Skyline Apartments. It's a project that Wishrock purchased in 2015 with the goal of preserving the affordability of this project and completely rehabbing the project. It was built in 1970 and really hadn't had any updates since 1970. It was in very rough shape, and there were some units that were uninhabitable. So we really needed to preserve this. This was 92 units. It serves elderly tenants and tenants with special needs. And because it has a housing assistance payment contract, none of those tenants pay more than 30% of their monthly income.
I had a heart attack and a stroke like 9 years ago. Yeah, because there wouldn't be nowhere else for me to go. Yeah.
Back in June, I had to be hospitalized for lower left leg amputation. So I gave up my apartment that I had. Want to have a place to come to. It's like a brand new building. So I was excited, very excited, to have a good place. The renovations are good. So it's modernized.
I hope other communities will come to Norfolk and look at this project, because I think the Skyline project can be a great model for what we need all across the state of Nebraska.
There's so much work that goes into these projects. Affordable housing is of great need all over the country, but there are certain places in Nebraska where it's really a great need. This project has more partners and more sources and the most complicated financing structure of any project WishRock's ever done. We have 12 sources of funds and partners in this project.
It is an honor and a privilege of our agency to be a partner and investor in this project. At the Department of Economic Development, we manage and oversee 5 state and federally funded housing programs to assist in the workforce and income-based housing needs of our state. We were able to invest $1 million of resources from our home investment program and the National Housing Trust Fund.
What we've been trying to do in Norfolk is really invest in our quality of life. And that runs the gamut from affordable housing to creating a sense of place and a sense of pride in where you live. And what I really appreciate about this project is you did that. You created that home for people, for people in tough circumstances. And that is a big asset in our community.
I appreciate this place. Are you kidding? You know, I've been through a lot. And it's nice to not have to, I'm 65, and it's nice to not really have any other responsibilities but taking care of yourself and your apartment.
It's a really good thing for them. They wouldn't have any other options here in Norfolk. So to be able to live in this community and in a really great rehab project, it makes me really proud.
I think that might have been my time limit, which is good because I'm done. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from members of the board?
I have a question. I just want to clarify that it is going to remain senior, disabled, and family?
It is.
Okay.
But
It's just, we have one category and it is senior, so I just want to make sure that that's correct.
It will be senior. Yeah, on the application, you can't check multiple categories.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public? Sharon.
Good afternoon again. For the record, my name is Sharon Haugen. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Helena. And if nothing else, this afternoon has taught us a variety of needs exist in Montana, and we have a lot of people who are working on those solutions. I just wanted to recognize that. This project hit several boxes for the City of Helena, especially from the planning perspective. One of the major goals of our Helena Growth Policy, or 2011, is the preservation of existing housing. A lot of times people think in general terms that deals with single-family homes, but definitely the preservation of existing housing, especially those units that are affordable, is of paramount importance to the community, and we'll do anything not to lose them. I am also in charge of the building division. I just wanted to make note that we had 3 buildings burned this last 3 years that provided quote-unquote affordable housing for a lot of low-income people. Those properties will not go back for affordable housing because other people have purchased them. We had no way of preserving them. So now what was substandard housing for about 35 people is now going to become housing for others, which is wonderful, but we are losing that. We would not like to lose this project too. But also, as importantly, is our downtown revitalization efforts that the City of Helena has recently undergone. The City of Helena recently adopted a downtown master plan. In it had several goals. One of those goals was to ensure the diversity of housing in the downtown community, to also preserve what we have. And one of the things that we recognize that there are a lot of options for our workforce downtown, and this project has it and demonstrates that every day. Every day I walk past this place, and the residents of all sorts of ability, ages, and everything are part of that, are part of our downtown community, and it'd be a shame to lose that for sure. As indicated before, this is in an opportunity zone. The City of Helena recently established a downtown urban renewal district. That is just a brand new district. So we really won't see substantial revenues from that downtown urban renewal district for about 3 to 5 years. In the meantime, we would hate to see this project go into private hands. Not that we don't welcome everybody downtown living, but we think this represents an opportunity for those who have less opportunity of choices downtown. We have very little housing downtown that is safe and affordable for this income level. It is also a wonderful location. It's close to services, close to bus services. It is close to the library. Yeah, the people who live in these homes are very vibrant residents in the downtown community, and we would only wish them that they have the best possible place to live. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Further comments?
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Mickey Zerker, the Executive Director of the Helena Business Improvement District in downtown Helena, Inc. And I can't add too much more than Sharon already said, other than to say that this is a huge priority for the HBID, is downtown housing. We don't have a ton of affordable downtown housing, and it is one of the things that is on our long-term plans. As Sharon indicated, this is part of the master plan that the BID was very supportive as far as the implementation of that happening as well. So this would just be a check mark to one of those tasks in the master plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Commissioner O'Loughlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, Heather O'Loughlin with the City of Helena Commission. We very much appreciate your consideration of this project. I think similar to what you've heard from the folks in Bozeman when we got word that there was interest in rehabbing, acquiring and rehabbing this building in the downtown area. I think the commission was very excited to lend our support. This is critical housing in our downtown area. As you've heard, we don't have a lot of housing in the downtown area, and I think we are very worried about what would happen if we lost this affordable housing that currently exists. As you've also heard, not only is this the preservation of affordable units, but also expanding the designation of many of the units that are currently in this facility that aren't currently designated as affordable. So I think it's an exciting opportunity to really maintain this important housing in the downtown area, and the Helena City Commission stands in strong support and is really committed to doing what we need to see this project come to fruition. So with that, we appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments? Michael.
Members of the Board of Housing, my name is Michael O'Neill. I'm Executive Director of the Helena Housing Authority, and I strongly urge your support of the Fire Tower Apartments project, currently known as Serendipity Apartments. It's a project we're all familiar with because when you're on your way to the Board of Housing offices, you're looking at the residents of there at Serendipity, often taking in the morning sun or sharing community time with their fellow residents. As you know, many of you know, I've worked in the Helena community for over 25 years, working with a lot of folks, homeless folks, mentally ill folks, and I can tell you that Serendipity has always been a preferred residence in terms of kind of a goal of getting, that you might move for many years trying to get on that waiting list and getting into that building because of its location. That ability to be feeling like you're a part of a community. And it's a very diverse residency there because of the mixture of subsidized units and some non-subsidized units. The thing to keep in mind as when we're talking about how the same things apply as when we're talking about the Bozeman project, that we're preserving both units, affordable units, and subsidies. If we lose this building, we'll not only be losing affordable housing units, we'll be losing the subsidy that's attached to that, and that's not coming back. And it may go out into the market, but if it's not attached to a unit, they get dissipated, and that's a dangerous thing. So it plays an important role. So preserving those units that already have existing affordable housing contracts is so vital in this community. So we appreciate your support for this. I also know the building very well, being in it for many years, and it is in need of major renovations. And so an investment in the building to bring it up to serve the community for another 40 years would be fantastic. We appreciate Wishrock coming in with their expertise and experience to get the job done. You know, that working with HUD, not only are they gonna be able to preserve the subsidy, but be able to expand the subsidy relationship with HUD. So I think it's a great thing for Helena, for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments or questions from members of the public?
So, I don't know, it seems doable, but I don't know if they really do all that.
Come on, excuse me, are you making comments on the phone?
So, I mean, we're not saying no yet, but, I don't know.
Could you mute your phone, please?
If it's taking this long to make a decision.
Yeah, I mean, I want to help.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or questions? Okay, we're going to take a little 10-minute break here. We'll come back at 10 minutes to 1. And I'll remind you that there are treats, snacks outside. So thank you. 10 minutes to 2. Some of us are still on Arizona time.
Oh, Claire Klump. Kemp has something to say.
Okay. Haver Hills did I miss one?
Ventura Hills.
Oh, I got a little ahead of myself. Thank you. Ventura Hills in Hamilton. Echo Enterprises is the developer, partnering with the HRDC, District 11 in Missoula. It's a family property, 30 units.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Becky Brandborg with Echo Enterprises, and you all know Jim Morton, my partner in this project, the executive director of the Human Resource Council representing Mineral, Missoula, and Ravalli counties. What do we all have in common? All you board members and everyone in the room with Mahatma Gandhi. Once upon a time, Bruce is already smirking. Once upon a time, Gandhi was catching a train with an associate for an out-of-town meeting. As he stepped off the platform onto the train, his sandal fell off. Just then, the train began to move. What did Gandhi do? What would you have done? Did he jump off the train to retrieve his sandal and perhaps miss his appointment? Or did he carry on with just one sandal? I'll tell you what happened in a few moments. First, I'll tell you 3 real-life stories about the impacts this type of housing being proposed in Ventura Villas is having right now in Hamilton. This project will duplicate these milestones in people's lives. Elizabeth is 35 years old and has a brain injury. Once upon a time, she lived with her sister and her sister's family. Elizabeth was home alone all day. She now lives independently. Her sister visits her every single day. The neighbors love her, look out for her, and love on her. Elizabeth loves children. She sits on her front porch and the children flock to her. She attends their birthday parties and is even taken to their school presentations by the neighbors. Ariana is 19 years old. Once upon a time, she escaped from a home where she and her mom were both being abused. Ariana graduated from high school and just began her second year of employment as an aide at a nursing home. She is now working online with the help of the nursing home, at the nursing home, to attain her CNA certificate. The affordable rent and utilities contribute to her bright future. Henry is 76 years old and uses a walker. Once upon a time, he worked as a hotel maintenance man for over 40 years. Life-changing for him is a walk-in shower. Like most men his age, he was totally uncomfortable with having an aide assist him in bathing the 2 times that Medicaid allows. Now with grab bars, an adjustable shower head, and a zero access threshold, he can bathe himself. Henry reports that he smells a lot better for the ladies, which is an important part of the quality of his life. Hamilton has some of the most severe income disparities in the state, comparable to those in Big Sky and Whitefish. It's been acute for a long time, and the projections are for more of the same. Most of the growth is attributable to out-of-state and returning retirees. In other words, the influx is people of considerable means, exacerbating the income difference. Some very brief and up-to-date statistics from the Montana Budget and Policy Center about the area include: the renters living in poverty is almost 40%. The fair market rent for a 2-bedroom is $721, but for those living in poverty, the affordable rent is $407, a difference of $314, which Ventura Villas will address and provide. The housing cost burden, as you know, means the percentage of renters paying more than 30% of their income towards rent and utilities is a whopping 83%. A minimum wage worker needs to work 68 hours per week, almost 2 full-time jobs, to afford a 2-bedroom home at fair market rents. I could relay in detail the features and vision for Ventura Villas: solar panels, extra insulation measures, handicapped accessibility throughout, a neighbor-friendly architecture and site design, and proximity to everything essential and fun to both families with kids and seniors, but those are in my letter to you. Finally, the Bitterroot Coalition for Affordable Housing, whose leadership is here today and on the telephone, identified the type of housing that Ventura Villas represents as one of their top priorities. Also, the staff of the City of Hamilton Planning Department pointed to my exact site location as where they want the city to grow and develop. Back to Gandhi. How many of you would have jumped off the train to retrieve your sandal? How many of you would have carried on with just one sandal? What did Gandhi do? He threw his remaining sandal onto the platform. His companion said, "Gandhi, why did you do that?" Gandhi replied, "Whoever finds my sandal will now have 2 sandals." So what do we all have in common with Mahatma Gandhi? We can and do make a difference in people's lives. We care about people, their comfort, their safety, their quality of life, and their happiness. Ventura Villas will help that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I assume Jim is there for ornamentation.
Jim
Yes,
is
exactly.
here to hold me up, right?
Well, good afternoon again. Jim Morton with the Human Resource Council. I'm also on the steering committee of the Bitterroot Valley Affordable Housing Coalition. And just as a reminder, in Ravalli County, the need for new construction, the county is the 7th largest in population, larger than Butte-Silver Bow. And some people who drive through the valley think that, well, it must be flourishing. But when you look at the service sector jobs, when you look at the lower incomes, you quickly find out that it's like Lava, Montana, no investment. I'm also chairman of the Sapphire Community Health Center Board of Directors, and have been involved in that health center for over 12 years now, and we see a growing number of patients who have no other recourse. There are people who don't qualify for Medicaid. If you're over 137% of poverty and your employer doesn't provide you with health insurance, you're not getting expanded Medicaid. And the rent burden that Becky just talked about is exacerbated if you have any kind of health care need and you're not on expanded Medicaid, which a lot of working people are not. So when you look at all of this combined and the lack of investment in the Valley, this project is at the top of the list of our housing coalition. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the board? Are there comments or questions from members of the public?
We have some people on the telephone. If the technology is cooperating.
If you're on the telephone, unmute your phone with *2.
John, Claire, Travis.
You need to *2 to talk on the phone.
I know they're there.
Okay, it didn't like our unmute strategy. This is John Fils, and I'm the Executive Director of Ravalli Head Start Incorporated. And Claire Kemp is with me, and Janelle Hansen is also with me. And we're here to support the project. Ravalli Head Start serves 178 children in Ravalli County, and those 178 children some of them are actually still in utero. We have a number of pregnant women in our program, and then we have children from birth to 5 in our program. So we provide a wide array of comprehensive services, including education, health, nutrition, services for children with disabilities, social and emotional behavioral issues, and a lot of family support. So about 1/3 of the children we serve are in the Hamilton School District. And last year, 17% of the children we serve met the McKinney-Vento definition of homelessness or lived in insecure housing. So, and as Jim just said, we are also part of the task force, housing task force in Ravalli County. What I won't go over any of the demographic stuff that Jim and Becky have already talked about. What I want to add to the conversation is that there's a growing body of research that identifies significant harm that attends to children who find themselves in insecure housing or find themselves homeless. That there's a long-term negative impact to children who are not sure where they're going to be tomorrow or where they're going to sleep tonight. So given that impact, we know that if those same children have stable housing, then that supports our efforts to improve the positive outcomes for those children over time. So for that reason, we're in strong support of this project and would certainly encourage you to consider it.
Hi, this is Claire Kemp. I am actually a Hamilton City Councilor. I'm also the Director of Hamilton Downtown Association and a Realtor with Berkshire Hathaway here in Hamilton. The conversation of affordable housing and homelessness has been brought to the City Council more regularly in the past 2 years, and how we as a city can address these issues. The real estate market currently is very strong and very much a seller's market. And unfortunately for some, the prices of homes are rising and the inventory is very low. And the rental market is very much the same. Though Berkshire Hathaway does not do property management, I receive many desperate calls if I know of any rentals available. Most notably, recently I received one from an employee at Hamilton High School that got my number from my daughter, who's a student there. She was a mother of a toddler, expecting another, married, and had one dog, and was facing homelessness because she couldn't find an affordable home in the Hamilton area to rent. As the Downtown Association Director and a previous small business owner in downtown Hamilton, I can also attest to the challenge of finding employees that can survive on the wages our small businesses can afford to pay and the cost of living in Hamilton. $10 an hour in a small retail business is common and considered quite good because it's above minimum wage, but is nowhere near enough money to live off of. When I owned my business, I often had to hire people that didn't need an income, either retired or looking for something to do, or high school students that still lived at home. We desperately need more affordable housing options in Hamilton. Echo Enterprises has proven success with Valley Villas, and I strongly support the Ventura Villas project and urge the board to as well. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from members of the public regarding Ventura Villas?
John, is there anyone else with you that wanted to speak?
Nope.
Okay. Thank you so much for being there, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing all the hard work.
Yep.
Thank you.
Next is Haver Hills in Haver. The developer is AC Solutions, partnering with the Human Resource Development Council, District 4 in Haver. It's a family property, 25 units.
My name is Carilla French. It's C-A-R-I-L-L-A, last name French, F-R-E-N-C-H, and I'm the Executive Director of District 4 HRDC in Haver. District 4 HRDC is a private nonprofit 501c3 community action agency serving Hill, Blaine, and Liberty County since 1965. Our mission is to partner with people with low income in their effort to achieve economic stability and to advocate for social and economic advancement. Our first two programs were housing and Head Start. Other programs that have been added over the years are child care through Early Head Start, school readiness through Head Start, employment and training services, low-income energy assistance, Energy Share providing zero-interest loans to assist families with energy emergencies, weatherization of homes to increase energy efficiency and effectively heat in winter months, adult education services, housing through the Section 8 Voucher Choice Program, affordable housing development, such as low-income housing tax credits, home ownership assistance, and first-time home buyer. And we also have a domestic violence program which assists victims in seeking orders of protection, advocacy for victim rights, and a shelter to house victims of abuse. In 2018, HRDC's Employment and Training Program provided services that resulted in 60 adults and 25 youth gaining employment. 32 adults entered or transitioned into positions that provided increased income and/or benefits. Also in 2018, our Head Start and Early Head Start programs served 259 children aged 0 to 5, 75 children in Early Head Start, and 184 in Head Start. The Adult Education Program in 2018 helped 39 individuals achieve their high school equivalency certificate, and 10 students obtained a recognized credential, certificate, or degree relating to the achievement of educational or vocational skills. Domestic abuse in 2018 sheltered 73 women and children. The Energy Program assisted 1,957 households in receiving low-income energy assistance or Energy Share benefits, and the Weatherization Program installed energy-saving measures in 46 homes. Almost 10,000 boxes of food were provided to families in 2018 through HRDC's Haver Community Food Bank, serving over 1,500 households. HRD's housing program housed over 200 individuals and families through the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program, 8 families in an agency-owned rural development property, and 11 families through other agency-owned properties. Additionally, 60 individuals were housed at Buffalo Court and Antelope Court low-income housing tax credit projects. In 2018, almost 27,000 hours to helping the programs provided by HRDC. In 2018, HRDC completed a comprehensive community needs assessment. Individuals participating in the survey identified child care and housing as the top community concerns in Hill County. The most common barrier to attaining both was the high cost of quality child care and housing. The proposed Haver Hills project will add additional free child care services for children aged 0 to 3 with the planned addition of 2 new early Head Start classrooms and will provide 25 additional affordable family housing units to the community. Through participation in monthly job service employment committee meetings and Haver Chamber of Commerce business meetings, there is discussion identifying lack of housing as a reason why it is difficult to attract quality applicants to our area. The lack of quality affordable housing stock makes it difficult for families seeking employment to relocate to Haver. Buffalo Court consists of 20 low-income housing tax credit units for households 55 plus. All units are currently full and there are 17 households on the wait list. Antelope Court consists of 30 low-income house tax credit ADA compliant family units. Currently, all units are full and 10 households are on the wait list. District 4 HRDC administers 200 vouchers for the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher Program in Hill, Blaine, and Liberty counties. On March 17, 2018, 11 households received new vouchers for rental assistance. 7 households were unable to locate either affordable housing or housing that passed the required quality control inspection. Those families lost their vouchers due to the inability to find affordable or quality housing. So my final comment before handing off to Andrew is that housing is just one component that families face to break the barriers of poverty. Housing is just one component that families face to break the barrier of poverty. HRDC is excited to continue to advocate for families and individuals with low income if Haver Hills were to be selected.
Thank you, Gudea. Mr. Chair, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity to present Haver Hills Affordable Housing. My name is Andrew Shanania, C-H-A-N-A-N-I-A. Haver has been fortunate to be the beneficiary of past MBUH investments in affordable housing and both new construction as well as preservation. Most recently last year, Haver received an allocation for the preservation of housing. So why does Haver need an allocation of 2020 credits? Well, most recently, the last family new construction project was Antelope Court, and that was funded through a 2015 allocation of tax credits. When you look at Haver, it's the 8th largest city behind Kalispell. But when you think about Haver and its needs, you need to think beyond just the city limits. Haver is the medical services, social employment nexus for the entire Highline. And often the needs that you see in those far-flung communities really are felt acutely in Haver, including affordable housing, childcare, and early education opportunities. As planned, Haver Hills will be built on land currently owned by the HRDC adjacent to their offices. And this location is in close proximity to medical services, employment opportunities, groceries, MSU Northern, and a host of services that the HRDC offers right next door. As you can see from the proposed site plan, the HRDC's offices are directly west of the proposed project site. And this site is landlocked, and it's without vehicular access or infrastructure such as water, sewer, and power. And as Katia mentioned, one of the most pressing community needs in addition to housing is our additional early Head Start classrooms. As a standalone project at this location, early Head Start classrooms aren't really feasible because of the infrastructure and access costs. So Haver Hills affordable housing development is not only a vehicle through which Haver can meet its affordable housing needs, but also through which Havre can help meet its needs for additional early Head Start classrooms. In reality, the $240,000 unique cap with a project like this is a little bit of a challenge because of the costs associated with the Head Start classrooms. But through the HRDC's willingness to discount the land and other considerations, we do believe it is possible to have this project come together. At the end of the day, these classrooms and the housing may need to happen in two separate phases. However, through the affordable housing development, we will bring the infrastructure and access to the site to make it a realistic second phase. And we have identified state and federal resources that can help with that. And in closing, I would just like to thank you for this opportunity again, and certainly would be happy to entertain any questions.
Thank you. Are there comments or questions from members of the board?
This is Johnny. So just for my own clarification, so the Head Start program is already currently there, but you want to expand the classrooms and this all be associated with the housing project?
Exactly. So we currently have 4 early Head Start classrooms and 2 home-based teachers that travel and serve 16 children. And we've identified a need that we could easily fill 32 additional early Head Start slots if we had the additional classroom space.
Other questions or comments from members of the board? Questions or comments from members of the public?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for your time and patience. My name is Mark Peterson, Peterson. I'm a Hill County Commissioner. Hill County is here today to support HRDC District 4 and the Havre Hills project. This project is very important to Hill County and Havre, and I want to thank you in advance for your support. Today we talk about homes, and homes are a huge foundation to the people that need them. I want to share with you a couple examples. One student was unemployed, did not have a high school diploma. She pre-tested very low in basic skills. Through hard work and support from HRDC staff, she earned her certificate and found gainful employment and is now flourishing. Second one, May 2018, Stormy the boy, fled an abusive relationship, was residing in the shelter with her 2 small children. WIOA program assisted her in obtaining a work experience to learn skills and to be gainfully employed. Stormy first obtained a part-time position with HRDC Early Head Start program and is now employed full-time as a housing specialist with HRDC 4. Stormy's words: I actually cried. My advocate got us to cell phone because where I'd come from, I was made to think that no one would ever help me. I had no hope. Although I never told my advocate how it made me feel, because of a tiny gesture such as that, it actually was the beginning of restoring my hope and knowing there are people willing and wanting to help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions from members of the public?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. For the record, my name is Paul Tuss, and I serve as Executive Director of Bear Paw Development Corporation here in Havre, an economic development district that serves 5 counties here on the High Line. And thank you for allowing me to share these comments with you, as I couldn't be in Helena with you today. But our organization stands fully in support of the proposal that's before you right now for many reasons. But certainly chief among them is the workforce housing component of this particular project, which I think both Kadia and Andrew spoke very eloquently of. Anecdotally, as an economic development organization, we continue to hear in every quarter about the incredible need for workforce housing in this community. And as Andrew spoke of, in this community of approximately 10,000 people here in northern Montana, our housing needs are much greater than a typical community of that size. In many ways, because we are that regional hub for medical needs, for education, and for commerce. And so we have an outsized number for rural Montana of individuals that commute on a daily basis who live in Havre, but they commute to places like the Rocky Boys and Fort Belknap Indian Reservations for work, as well as communities like Big Sandy, Chinook, and Harlem. This type of housing has been identified year in and year out as an important policy priority by our local governments, as Commissioner Peterson mentioned, and is part of not just Havre, the City of Havre's growth policy and Hill County's growth policy, but also the comprehensive economic development strategy for our organization that covers the entire region that we serve. And so we would strongly recommend your favorable consideration of this Havre Hills project. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you.
The next one, is Pioneer Meadows in Dillon. The housing company is the developer, and it's a 28-unit family development.
Well, good morning, Chairman, members of the board. My name is Blake Jumper. I'm the development manager for the housing company. Today I'll be presenting Pioneer Meadows in Dillon. It's a 28-unit family development. I think so. That's right. Okay, thanks. So on the screen, you'll see some of our basic project details. A little background on the housing company. We are a mission-driven nonprofit focused on providing housing to more rural communities. We currently own and manage over 30 properties, 5 of those being new developments completed in the last 6 years. So getting started today, I'd like to talk a little bit about Dillon, why we chose Dillon, and how we determined that our project would be a good fit for an invite to application this year. There are currently very few existing affordable housing options in the city. There's a 24-unit tax credit project and a 42-unit Section 8 project in town. Both of those are fully occupied and have waiting lists. Aside from that, there are some other apartments in town offering affordable rental rates. That being said, they do not offer suitable living conditions. They're very, very unsafe and have not seen any kind of renovation over the last 50 to 60 years, depending on the age of those buildings.
I've made a handful of trips to Dillon over the past year and a half, and met with the mayor and their operations manager, and one of their main concerns, the mayor's main concern, was some of these apartment communities that are offering some affordable rental rates, but the landlords have done nothing to update these buildings in, like I said, 50 or 60 years. He voiced a lot of frustration about that and ended up giving me the addresses to some of these and told me to go out and take a look myself. So I drove around and walked around some of these properties and saw everything from boarded up windows, missing siding, exposed insulation. It's clear some of these were built probably in the 40s and the 50s, so you saw shifting foundations, exterior walls that were leaning. I think in some cities, these buildings would be condemned. There wouldn't be people living there. Unfortunately, at the end of the day, they're full. There's families occupying these, and it's pretty frustrating. It's also very sad to see that, but obviously they're full for a reason. It's all people can afford in town, and those are the options available to them. So I think the overall demand for some new quality affordable housing is very clear, especially after my visits there to Dillon. Beaverhead County, let alone Dillon itself, hasn't received an allocation of tax credits since 2003, so it's been over 15 years now. I think their time has come, and they're due for a project. Land availability in downtown Dillon is very scarce. Can we try maybe redoing this again? Sure. All right, let me. Yeah, can you go up to the slide above it? Yeah. Right, yeah, that's perfect. Okay, thanks. Sorry, everybody. So this was a snippet I took from a market study completed in 2016. The legend at the bottom of it kind of just delineates your residential, commercial areas, so on and so forth. Our site is highlighted in yellow. One of the highlights to pay attention to is the light green. That's your open, vacant land, agriculture areas. So everything out to the west and the south is all agriculture. To the east and the south is agriculture. To the west of us is the Veterans Memorial Park, which obviously won't be developed. The black border that you see is actually city limits. So what I'm trying to show here is you can see within the city boundaries, there's really no open vacant land available. The land that our parcel falls on is 7.5 acres. It's split into 3 parcels, 2.5 apiece. So it's really the last available existing vacant property in town. We had one of these parcels under contract when I presented to you last year. That parcel, as well as the one adjacent to it, is now listed on the market for sale. We had a little bit of a difficult time this year getting this parcel under contract, although we did. We had to put down some hard earnest money that is now long gone. So we've got some hard money in this deal, and we're really focused to make it happen. But I thought this was just a good way to highlight that although this is more of a rural community, in downtown Dillon, there's not much available that's vacant property. This next slide is just more of a close-up. Once again, our site highlighted in yellow. You can see it's just north of us is the Safeway grocery store. We're about 1.5 blocks from Montana Street, which is the main drag, so you're close to restaurants, businesses, convenience stores, walking distance to a couple different parks. It's really a great location. So we feel like this is our last year before this piece of property disappears to make something happen. This is a rendering, just a design of the look we're proposing, a garden-style two-story walk-up. We'll have some open green space, a clubhouse. We'll be providing washers and dryers in all the apartments, as well as other amenities. So in closing, I'd just like to highlight a few things. Obviously, few affordable housing options in Dillon, the ones that are there fully occupied with waiting lists. And then these other buildings that I spoke about, people living in unsafe conditions. The fact that it's been over 15 years since the project's been completed in Dillon, and land availability there in town being scarce are just some of the highlights. The mayor of Dillon was planning to attend with me today. He's unfortunately been dealing with some medical complications, so he provided me with a letter of support, which I handed out to the board. One last clarification I wanted to make before ending. I noticed in the handout that the board has, it did show a construction start date of May 2019. That must have been a typo maybe in our original LOI spreadsheet. So I just wanted to clarify, it would be a construction start of May 2020 with a completion of May 2021. Aside from that, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from members of the board?
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Sheila.
So this isn't about the project, it's about the housing company. And the byline on your letterhead is brought to you by Idaho Housing and Finance Association. Tell me more about that group.
Okay, that's always one of the first questions I get. We are associated with Idaho Housing and Finance. They are the group that allocates tax credits in Idaho. We are legally separated from them, although back when we were established in 90 or 91, there was a connection there that we've always maintained. We do have separate boards and president and things like that, but there is a connection there.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from members of the board? Any questions or comments from members of the public? Thank you.
The next one is Skyview in Missoula. Housing Solutions is the developer. It's a senior project, 39 units.
Good. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we're back again. Back from earlier today and back with Skyview. Even with the changes in the project, the need is so great, we just couldn't leave Missoula out of this round. So again, in the spirit of trying to bring everywhere, I give you Skyview. Of course, the most significant change for this year is that the project is no longer a 4-9 combo. There were several reasons for this. But basically, last year was just the right mix of census tract, interest rates, and construction costs. Interest rates from last year to this are up a bit, which is always a double whammy for housing tax credits, because an increase in interest puts downward pressure on tax credit pricing. Further, we continue to see construction costs increase. Lastly, and most significantly, as we heard earlier this morning, the site's no longer available to us. We approached the new group with control, but they have some other exciting plans for the site. So, what do we have now? Well, I feel like we've got a great proposal for a 39-unit senior building in the heart of Missoula's Franklin to Fort neighborhood. This project is right in line with the goals presented in the recently released and previewed by Ms. Andrea, A Place to Call Home, Meeting Missoula's Housing Needs. This report, which is the work of many people in the Missoula community, many meetings, many days, many hours, recommends several things, and this project is in line with those recommendations. Increasing density in more existing neighborhoods, such as the one this project is located, to further leverage all of the existing infrastructure in place. We're pleased to be on the leading edge of development to respond to all the time and effort that's put into this new policy. So again, 39 units for senior Missoulas with rents that hit right where they need to be. The basic building floor plan is very similar to the other senior proposals with all the requisite amenities and community spaces. Again, the one-bedroom floor plan, and I think we talked about this in the past, but I think it's worth doing. All our senior proposals now include a washer and dryer in each home. This is a change that we made at the nudging of Mr. Morton when we worked on a project with him. He pointed out to me today that many of today's seniors have probably never lived in a home without washers and dryers in the home. So while it may seem like a luxury, it's really become the standard today. So location. Last year, the property was located in northern Missoula. This year's proposal remains in one of Missoula's long-standing and established residential neighborhoods. As you can see, the property is in an established neighborhood and will be surrounded by single and two-family residential homes. This area of Missoula has been identified as an area that would be great for development such as Skyview. Like last year, the property is just 2 blocks away from 2 separate bus routes, with one of them being part of the Mountain Lions Bolt service, meaning a bus comes by every 15 minutes, Monday through Friday. Now, as with all our proposals, and of course to everyone's proposals, unique is the need in the market. Unsurprisingly, the market study again confirmed the incredible need for a project like Skyview. Here are just a few bullet points. The need is for 250 senior units now, and that number grows each year. And how about this? The 65 plus population is growing at a rate of 5 times the overall average. This isn't surprising when you consider Missoula as the hub for all of western Montana. Lastly, and I find this interesting, lastly, I find this interesting because it is homegrown information. Well, this is kind of a mouthful, so stay with me. The spring 2009 issue of the Montana Business Quarterly was all about affordable housing. Well done, housers, for getting our issues out. In the lead article, the Bureau of Business and Economic Research at the University of Montana, must be getting late in the day. That was your cue, Jim. At the University of Montana, developed and detailed a ratio of home price to household income for the area. They found that Missoula ranked 5.5, meaning housing costs were 5.5 times the income for the area. This was second only to Lake and Ravalli County, and somewhat surprisingly, ahead of Gallatin County. As their statewide map shows by county, this statewide map by county produced by the Bureau of Business and Economic Research identifies the communities with the greatest disparity between housing costs and income in green. What is easily seen is that western Montana, or the western portion of the state, has the greatest disparity, and Missoula is right in the thick of it. With the need so great, I'd ask that you would again give Missoula consideration for submitting a full application for new senior housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Comments or questions from members of the board? Comments or questions from members of the public? Thank you, Alex. Oh, here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Kohler. I'm the CEO of Missoula Aging Services, which is the Area 7 Agency on Aging. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you and in support of Skyview project. I was with Alex in the fall when he presented what I thought was a fabulous project. But I know that the wisdom that you all have in having to review applications, it wasn't possible. So I'm excited to come back and have another pitch for another housing project, because overall, from my perspective, it has to do with the aging of our society. And Montana is not void of that. For example, nationally, we're about 15.6% of our population is over 65, and Montana is 18.8%. By the year 2025, we're supposed to be 5th per capita in the aging population. We can't ignore these kinds of statistics. The county that has the most older adults is Yellowstone County. Number 2, shockingly, is Flathead County, and we came in third in Missoula County. So obviously those are where the biggest medical complexes are. We get people from the rural areas moving in, and most people want to age in place. And an apartment like this project is exactly that. It's aging in place. In the real low-income individuals, there are more opportunities for services. However, people who are about 150% of poverty up to about 300% are the ones that get caught in that gap where they don't have enough money. And as you all, or those of you who are familiar with Social Security, the COLA increases have not kept up with the cost of living in many areas in the country, and Missoula is another one of those areas. And so this project does provide a little bit more of an opportunity for people who are, as I say, between that 150 to 300% of poverty to be able to live in. The other nice thing is that it's a great partnership with area agencies on aging, where one of ours, our mission, for example, is to promote the independence, dignity, and health of older adults and those that care for them. So we're there to encourage and support through services and education, helping people stay in their own homes. And they're also, this percentage group, they don't have the resources often to pay for caregiving services, like if they need bathing assistance or homemaking assistance, or they get to the point where they're aging in the facility and they need somebody to cook their meals, either as a recovery from a hospital stay or over the long run. And sometimes just those little bits of supports will keep them living in that apartment. You've heard the statistics, you know about Missoula and its housing crisis. We get people who call, we have a call center come in or call every day looking for some form of subsidized housing and are at risk of losing their housing. And then there's this point that I just heard today on NPR that was talking about they have a new category called age-related financial vulnerabilities. And I'm sorry you guys were in this meeting and you didn't get to hear that, but you could certainly play it back. But it was talking about the realities that you could be cognitively completely intact. I gave an example of a 79-year-old who fell victim to a financial exploitation scam and ended up taking all of her life savings. In environments where we call these kind of, they're captured audiences, we can, as an area agency and in partnership with Housing Solutions, is that we can come in and provide some of that education to reduce that kind of financial exploitation, in addition to a variety of other programs that can help people remain in their own homes. So I really support this project and hope that you will take it into strong consideration for its support, and just overall hope you really sink into the idea that we have an aging state and it's going to require more housing for people to stay in their own communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions from members of the public? Okay, I've got to give staff a couple minutes to get some more internet time for the webinar. I have no idea what that means, but but I did have that request. So 2 or 3 minutes, and then we will move on to
the hotel internet. Yeah, the hotel internet kicks us off every 4 hours. So we have to just, pretend we're leaving and then come back.
Okay, we now have internet time, so we are going to, hello? We are going to reconvene the meeting. Please, can we reconvene the meeting?
Hard to keep those guys under control, isn't it?
Like herding cats.
Especially when they're sitting next to each other. Okay, I think, are we on to the next one? Okay. Creekside Commons in Kalispell. Housing Solutions is the developer. It's a senior property with 42 units.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'm running out of pithy things to say.
Would you please state your name?
Aging in place, right here. The penultimate presentation. I have a friend who's a real wordy, I practice all these in my office by myself, and they always sound better there. I have a friend who's a real wordy. He turned me on to penultimate, which means the second to last in a series. As I say this, I am thinking I may have used this same intro in a previous year, but forgive me, I'm really more of an affordable housing finance nerd than anything else. So, without further ado, the penultimate project of the day, Creekside Commons. Creekside is a 42-unit property in Kalispell. 2020 will actually be its third request for housing credits. In fact, in 2018, it was invited forward as one of the 8 to make a full application. We brought it back again because of the continued need for new units to be created in Kalispell. By now, you've become quite familiar with what our senior building looks like, but for posterity's sake, let's run it one more time. This is actually a shot of the house. I didn't actually know I'd feel this rummy by now. This is the shot of the house on Shelter Island in Flathead Lake. This property made the rounds on social media not long ago as it was listed for some very outrageous price. There's getting some intel. What did it sell for? Yeah, see, so here it is. We actually considered it for a site, but regrettably there wasn't any bus service. In all seriousness, Cascade will have all the amenities of our other senior proposals. And like all the other proposals, what is unique is its location. Creekside remains ideally located for a senior housing property. Located just west of North Meridian, the property is tucked away for privacy, but also close to everything. The Social Security and Office of Public Assistance are literally right next door. Further, there are shopping, eating, and medical facilities all along West Idaho. That's kind of the east-west road there. And downtown, which isn't far away. Also worth noting, but not shown, is the properties adjacent to one of Kalispell's urban trails. This connected trail system would actually take you all the way to Flathead Lake if you desired. But maybe a bit more practical for seniors is the Flathead Transit bus runs right by the property. In fact, the large white roof, if you can kind of see it right there, which is the Gateway Community Center, actually houses the bus transfer station, making it more convenient to take the bus around town. And in addition to the housing transfer station, the Gateway Community Center houses a whole host of nonprofit and community organizations that would bring varying services and community engagement opportunities to the residents of Creekside. Lastly, and most importantly, there is incredible need for senior housing in Kalispell, 144 new units. This is up nearly 70% from what we found at our first attempt in 2018. Also worth noting, 144 new units is a remarkable need when you consider it's not far off from the need in Missoula or Helena, of which have populations that are multiples larger than Kalispell. Further, Kalispell has experienced incredible growth over the last 10 years. The figure of 2.4% per year from 2010 to 17 is quite astonishing. And it wasn't all early in the decade. From 16 to 17, the growth was 3.4%, a nearly unrivaled number. Finally, this being their final presentation of the day, a few comments about our team. This group has done a great job in Montana over the years. I'm very proud to be a part of it. Our last opportunity to work for you was Polson Landing in 2017. This project was awarded credits in January, and remarkably, the first resident moved in December of that same year. While I can't promise we will be able to do that every time, I can commit to delivering you the Montana Board of Housing, a quality housing community at a reasonable cost that will serve Montanans for many years. Creekside Commons, like all our other proposals, has property under control and is ready to go at your direction. Again, I'd like to thank you for carefully considering this and all of our projects when making decisions on which to invite for full application. Thank you, and as we've come to agree with you, the need truly is great everywhere.
Are there any comments or questions from members of the board? Sheila?
Alex, this is relative to all of the projects that you've proposed today.
Sure.
Your costs per unit are low, and I'm just wondering, what's the magic there? What are you doing that can bring those projects in like that?
I think the reason we're able to do that, and this cuts, I guess, kind of both ways. And I was trying to address this a little bit with the percent paid with housing tax credits. From a financial perspective and a source perspective, ours are very simple. Housing tax credits, conventional financing, and used to be deferred developer fee, but even that is gone now, not because the developer fee is higher, but we've just reduced it. We have a team that consists of us as a developer, an architect that we work with time and time again, as well as a contractor. Those were the folks that I listed up there. And we start costing and looking at and designing the project, before it even comes to this. That whole design team is looking at the site, kind of on day one. I come up with the idea and they tell me no on some and, yeah, this looks good on others. But because all those parties are involved so early and it's not a competitive open bid, it's more how do we all get this together done. We're able to, all the way from preliminary design, put in cost-effective measures that don't sacrifice the quality or longevity. In fact, sometimes I think they increase it, of the products that we put on the ground. Underneath that general contractor is a group of subs that do travel with us. Most of them are actually based in Montana, which is nice when we're here. It's a little harder to sell in some of the other states. But I'd say about 60 to 70% of the subcontractors who work on our jobs are repeat subs also for each one of the jobs. And when everybody has some more comfort and confidence in the team all the way through, we're able to get more reasonable prices and good performance. So I think it's the ability to have a team that's involved, one, from the very beginning, and two, all the way through. Know that it's not a game of, I need a low enough bid to get the job, knowing that I'm going to be putting change orders through and all that type of stuff that happens in some of the projects and the other requirements that some of the other projects have to deal with.
Yes, Sheila.
So I want to ask you, and tell me.
I knew you were going to ask me this.
This is an unfair question. I just want to know more about your strategy of bringing 6 projects, 5 it turned out to be,
sure,
in the same round.
We fully recognize that we can't do them all, but we also recognize that we haven't been able to work in Montana in the last couple of years, and we really like being here. We like doing what we do. We like working with our team close to home, and that wasn't just lip service. I agree. We listed out where are all the towns we want to be, and there was a lot more than made it to this level. We, for whatever reason, couldn't get a piece of property under contract or couldn't find the right owner. But yeah, we wanted to just put options in front of you guys and see what the heart of the board was, because ultimately it's you guys that are doing this. So that was really it. We don't have an expectation to go home with 5 yeses, but we want to be working for you, and so we wanted to give you hopefully good choices.
Yes.
So what is your capacity for the number that
the number of projects?
Yeah.
Well, I've already lost my hair, so no. I have full confidence that we could be developing and building 3 projects per year.
Any further comments or questions from members of the board? Any comments or questions from members of the public? Okay, last but not least.
Okay, the next one is Timber Ridge Apartments in Bozeman, paired with, that's the 9% side, paired with a 4% that is Bitterroot Valley Apartments and Mountain View Apartments in Darby and Hamilton. The 9% in Bozeman has 30 units. The acquisition rehab in Darby and Hamilton have 52 units.
Good afternoon. Very honored here to be the last one of the day. I'll try to keep it very brief and get through it so you guys can ask any questions. It's a little bit different kind of structure than what you've seen through most of the other projects. So I'll definitely leave enough time for you guys to ask questions. My name is Rusty Snow. I work for Summit Housing Group and represent them here today. We're going to talk about Timber Ridge first. That's a project that you guys have seen. This would be the fourth time, I believe, on this. Whether I think we submitted originally as a full application and then 2 or 3 LOIs after that. So this is something that you guys have seen. It is directly next door to our Stone Ridge Apartments. That's a family project. And it has been highly successful. And what we've done this year is kind of partner that up and try to leverage all of these different types of resources as best we could to get 2 additional existing projects that are in our portfolio, Summit Housing Group's portfolio. So what we've come up with is, again, a little bit different type of structure. There'll be 2 partnerships, one for Timber Ridge, which is the 9% transaction, and then one for the Bitterroot Valley Apartments, which is a combination of Mountain View and Bitterroot Commons, which are, again, existing partnerships. It will spread across 3 cities of Montana, 2 counties. We will have 1 general partner, which will be an entity owned by us that controls both the partnerships. Highland Property Management, who is our property management group, will manage those. And then we've got obviously a senior component for Timber Ridge, which is the new construction, and then we've got a family component, which is the existing apartment complexes. This is a rendering of Timber Ridge. Again, very similar to what we've shown you in the past. We did shrink the project by a few units than what we presented previously, and that was just due to a reduction of the maximum credits that were allowable in this year's QAP. This slide just shows, again, kind of the location, west side of Bozeman, directly next door to our Stone Ridge Apartments. You'll see some pictures a little bit later. The finishes will be similar. The senior project will obviously be a little bit different in that it's all interior corridor, elevated, fully conditioned building. We've talked a little bit about, I know Tracy and HRDC have talked a little bit about it too, but the overwhelming need of housing in Bozeman. I think it is very statewide also, but I do think that some of the numbers, especially as it relates to the senior population that are shown on this slide, are pretty staggering. 50 and 75% increases in senior populations over a 10-year period is a huge number. This particular project will, meet some of that need, but there's still a considerable and significant need, on top of that. We're showing 129 affordable units, and that's between the 40, 50, and 60% AMIs, not senior as a whole. And so that's why some of the other numbers could be a little bit elevated that you've seen previous today. We have been and continue to be talking in partnership if awarded, and invited and awarded, to be in partnership with HRDC. They have committed, to being a part of this transaction, as they have in the years previous. The city of Bozeman has been very, very helpful. They've got their, strategic plan that they've been working on for the last couple of years. We feel like this particular piece fits within that strategic plan. It is actually restricted in some sense due to the overall master plan to be just for affordable housing. It's a little bit different definition of affordable housing than what the tax credit program requires, but it's still, I think the tax credit is probably much more restrictive, but it fits within what they're looking to do as a whole. HRDC, I probably just skip this. You guys know what they do, but again, great partnership with them on the previous project, and we continue to hope that we continue to do that. City of Bozeman, again, still very supportive of this project. I think the largest thing that I've kind of seen is this new Community Affordable Housing Advisory Board that they've put into place. We have presented this particular project this year to them, and they have, given us a positive recommendation, and would be willing to put in, I think, up to $50,000 into the project in the form of waiver of fees. A little bit about the unit mix. Most, if not all, are obviously below 50% AMIs, heavily on the 50% units, and that is a function of where we see our market need the most. While there is probably significant need in both other income bands, we're focusing mostly on that 50%. Again, 30 units, elevated, all the typical amenities that you would see within our Summit Housing product. We think that, again, the design that we have created on Stone Ridge and that will carry over really lends itself well to the local neighborhood. Here's another elevation, and then that Stone Ridge completed there. So definitely a very similar look. Obviously, a slightly different structure. The Bitterroot Valley apartments, that is, again, the combination of two existing projects. One that is in Hamilton, one that is in Darby. This would be the 4% acquisition rehab portion of this application. Both, I think it's probably important to mention that both are underwritten separately and then combined. I think the benefit of all that is some of the efficiencies that we can see, whether it's soft costs and us being a contractor, some of construction group, some of our overhead that we're able to save on by doing, a couple of these projects at the same time. Again, Hamilton and Darby. Some interesting information. We've heard a couple of presentations earlier today about Hamilton and Ravalli County. Specifically, obviously there is a need. This is existing housing. They are both coming out of their 15-year, either have or are going to be coming out by this year. And there is a tremendous need, obviously, within the Bitterroot Valley community for both new and existing units to be, kept in place and put in place. Just a little bit larger unit breakdown as it relates to both combined. 30 of the units will be 60 and 22 will be at 50. Again, that's their current levels. That's not going to change. That's going to remain the same. Just extending that use period out another 45 years. Just a little bit more information. I think the main thing to kind of hit on here is the unit amenities, and specifically at Bitterroot Commons. When it was designed originally, they used propane to use for heat and gas, which is highly inefficient. Some would say even maybe a little dangerous in occasions if not done properly. This would give a huge kind of facelift to some of those older building practices that were utilized back then to then extend them out, modernize them, and make it more durable and last for, like I said, another 45 years. Just kind of overall, I know I've only got a minute or so here left, but while this might be a little bit different, scattered site, kind of 9% combination, something that the board might not have seen, it's certainly something that has been done. That's it.
No, go ahead. I want to hear about this 9%, 4% combination.
So, scattered site, I think, is probably the bigger thing that probably throws folks off the most. I mean, the 4%, 9% transaction is just a function of financing and funding. The real question is the scattered site kind of portion of this, since we've got 3 different sites, two of which all 3 of which we actually already own, 2 of which are existing. So you're talking about a different type of construction and renovation on that. To me, basically what I was going to say is it may not be commonplace here, but it's certainly something that's being done in the industry, and not something that's out of the ordinary. There was a 50 project, USDA in South Carolina that was done with 4%. That was just 4%. But these types of things are certainly being done, and I think it's a great way to kind of leverage the resources that the NBH has to do it. You can see that if you do the combination, which we're giving about 82 units. Our cost per unit, credits per unit is significantly lower than the rest of the field. So.
Comments or questions from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. Help me understand what the financial benefit is from doing this 4% on separate properties elsewhere in different sites versus just doing the 4% by itself. Where's the financial incentive?
Sure, that's a great question. I think being a 52-unit, 4% rehab on its own would be difficult, right? I mean, we're not saying that it could be done, but we're underwriting at almost 100% fee deferral on that project. So of the 500,000, I'm not even sure what the number is, that's all going back into the project, which isn't as attractive of a transaction by itself, but when you bring the overall source of a developer fee into the transaction, then you're getting closer to a more industry-wide standard of 50% deferred as opposed to 100% deferred. And then not only on top of that, again, with us being Summit Construction Group, we're saving in supervision on site, we're saving overhead within our construction company, we're saving on legal fees, we're saving on inspections to the site, things of that nature. I mean, there is a lot of soft cost benefit to doing this project this way. And I think probably another important kind of distinction to make too is Bitterroot Valley or Mountain View or Bitterroot Commons. In the next few years, we would be submitting these projects as 9% transactions to get the kind of renovation and need that they had. In this particular instance, we don't have to do that. It's all under one umbrella.
Other comments or questions from members of the board?
You might have already answered this, but let me phrase it a different way. So, the 4% does not stand on its own. There's no way you could do a 4% with those projects.
I think we would have a hard time convincing our investor to go along with it. I mean, could we present an application that might get through initial underwriting and things like that? Yeah, probably. But I think at the end of the day, there's very little cushion in that deal, and it would be a hard sell, yes.
And just for clarity, Summit Housing already owns those two properties.
We actually own all three, the vacant land and the two existing projects, yes.
Right. So the land and building you're paying yourself is what I'm trying to get to for the Darby and Hamilton project.
So, yeah, we'd be paying off existing debt plus any 10% limited partnership requirement at the end of 15 years. Yeah.
Yes.
So I'm always troubled that we've got these 15-year projects that are coming back, because we ought to be building them longer than that before we have to renovate them. So help me through my concerns about that, and I'm not going to hold you to what you did 15 years ago. I just want to know that we're conquering this today, that we're no longer, in 15 years from this set, we won't be looking at another application for renovation.
So I think that's a great point, and I would say that I think we are accomplishing it today with new construction. I'm not 100% sure that we were conquering it 10 years ago. Just the building quality, energy standards, international building code, all of the above is taken a whole different kind of step in tune over the last 5-7 years. I don't think that anything that we have built, Stone Ridge or this particular project, if awarded, we would be coming in on a 15-year deal at that at that time. I just think the type of construction and the materials are just better today. So I don't know if that addressed your whole question. I think we're doing it today. I'm not sure we were doing it back then.
Mr. Chairman?
Yeah,
I don't know if this is going to make any sense whatsoever, because anyway. So are you doing the 9.4 because the board thinks 9.4 is kind of cool and that's new and interesting and we got a lot more units? And what if we struck off the 4, would you do the 9?
Well, we've tried the 9.
True, but
yeah, so I think it's twofold. Yeah, I think that we submitted this project to grab some attention at the board, since we have gotten very little over the last 4 years. Yes, I think that's a fair statement. Do I also think that there's a huge benefit to the board by doing that? I also believe that, yes, too. We're giving 82 units, 42 is the next closest. So you're getting double the amount of units for 45 years, which is the kind of the name of the game at the end of the day, with one project.
didn't answer my question. Great, and I appreciate what you just said, but what happened if some of us just looked towards the 9 in Bozeman? Would you go there?
Sure. If you guys came back to us and said, hey, do you want to just submit this 9% deal as a 9% deal?
And we haven't, so I kind of get what you're saying. But
then yes, we would certainly look at that. We know that the 9% deal stands alone by itself.
The 4.
Yeah.
Other comments or questions from the board? Comments or questions from the public?
I'm Tracy Minuway with HRDC, and again, we've been partnering with Summit on this project for several years now, and again, I can't emphasize just the critical need of housing in the Bozeman market, particularly for seniors. They are among our most vulnerable population in our community, and you know, I think the image of Bozeman is that it's just a bunch of software engineers and wealthy retirees, and that's a portion of who's moving to Bozeman, but that doesn't cover the people who have lived in Bozeman their whole lives and call it home and are just, you know, we're turning into a community where you're either rich enough to come or too poor to leave. And I think that really tears at the fabric of who we are, and everything that we can do to ensure that the people who live and work in Bozeman and call it home can stay there, we would be appreciative. So thank you.
Thank you. Are there other comments or questions regarding the Timber Ridge or Hamilton projects, or Ravalli County projects?
Chairman, I just have just a quick question. So typically what we've seen with the 4% is they're usually in a larger market.
Mhm.
What gave you the idea to try to combine communities to try to come up with something like this?
Like I said, I've seen this type of project, on a much larger scale, statewide, where you have 30, 40, 50 projects that are, existing that are maybe 12 units, 15 units. Mary, Bear and I talked to, some folks several years back, and it didn't really come to fruition, but a similar type of structure where, you're taking these 12-unit USDA projects and pooling them all together into one large deal to where there's some actual efficiency that you can achieve. And so that's what kind of sparked the idea. Again, being able to kind of maximize our internal efficiencies to the benefit of getting more units on the ground or more units on the ground and renovated is kind of what drew us to this particular structure, this go around.
Thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Chief.
On the Bitterroot Valley Mountain View, do you have extended affordable requirements there? Years ago, I don't think we did that beyond 15 years, but could these go to market, or do you have to keep them in the rent restricted?
So I don't think it's certainly not like it is these days where we commit to 45 years or something to that effect, but I think it probably does have another 15, for the initial compliance period.
Other comments?
I just wanted to make one comment. The board always talks that all projects are worthy. All projects are worthy.
Correct.
We often talk that we don't have enough money. We don't have enough money. We often talk that there's need everywhere. There is need everywhere. And I just want to applaud those who do come back and represent projects and find new ways. I think, we've seen a lot of these projects before, and I think it's great that the tenacity is there to come back and maybe find a new way to present it, and I just want to applaud everybody who's done that.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions of Rusty? Any other public comments or questions? Okay, are there any public comments or questions on any projects we've discussed here today? Now's your chance to get your last word in. Are there any comments or questions from any member of the board on any project we've discussed here today? Yes, Sheila.
Shockingly, I have a comment. I just want to echo Amber's remarks. Thank you for working hard at this and bringing them back, and knowing that it's a gamble and you may not get the project. The resources are thin. They don't have to be thin. The resources can be enriched. A state housing tax credit, which we came very close to getting passed in the 2019 legislature, failed at the very end. We did get a couple good bills through. We're happy about those, a low-interest loan program, and secondly, a technical change to the real estate exemption provision that meets current tax credit projects. But I just want to emphasize that collectively, we can change this picture. So we no longer have to come here every year and make these horrible decisions, these hard, very difficult decisions, following all of your very hard work. So I encourage all of you to get involved in changing the landscape for housing financing in Montana. I'll be happy to tell you more about how to do that.
Thank you. Any other comments from members of the board? Bruce, do you want to tell us a little bit about how we're going to do tomorrow, or Mary?
I just want to say something on the heels of what Sheila said. I think we all owe the Montana Housing Coalition at least a round of applause for what they did, and that they got House Bill 16 passed.
Thank you, Bruce.
I want to just talk about tomorrow, and partly because I've had a couple questions today. So we'll start at 8:30 in the morning, and the board will be going through its selection process of the 8 projects that will move forward to full application. So, board members, as you deliberate your, your priority projects, tomorrow we'll have you select your 8 priority projects and talk about, kind of why you've chosen those as your 8, and we'll kind of go through our little tally system. But I think some members were thinking it was only 4, but I want to make sure you're picking 8 for tomorrow as your priority projects out of the 15 that are available. So, and then we'll talk about kind of the logistics, technical stuff, and then we do have a little bit of additional business after that selection, but we'll start pretty promptly at 8:30 tomorrow.
I think I have new bar graphs for you. Did you? They got them corrected, and Ryan went and printed them, so.
And board members, Bruce says to take these coffee cups home because they're outdated.
Yeah, these are very valuable. We're not making any more of them, so you've got to, try to sell them to someone.
Mine's dirty now.
So I'm reading this, it's not that old, but I did want to make a comment to every developer here. No one lives in a unit. Do not describe your projects as 42 units. It's 42 apartments. No one lives in a unit.
Right, well, with that, we will adjourn the meeting for this afternoon. We'll see everybody at 8:30 tomorrow morning.